All right, we'll launch up to YouTube. All right, YouTube should be live. Let's recap what our plan for today is. We have a good start on the React hook, but we need to double check that our abstraction works right. So we're going to create or recreate the CodePen example as a React app in our monorepo, just so we can test it. And then maybe after that, we move on to other frameworks? Maybe? What other frameworks should we start to consider? Probably Vue. Probably Svelte, Solid. Ember. Do we just do all of them? We can. Alrighty. So... Hey, what's up, Khalid? How you doing? All right. So let's switch to the right screen. Sorry, I got distracted. Netlify does seem like a cool company. All right. Let's switch to the right scene. And thank you for the follow just a minute ago, Wonderboy. I love that song by Tenacious D. I think. I'd have to hear it again, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. But okay. So this is the CodePen example that we need to recreate. No shit. Yeah. Little door thing. I got to see like, totally by accident, a really good Green Day cover band. It was kind of cool. It was pretty cool. It sounded really, really close. And we got there as they were doing like a bunch of cuts from Dookie. Of course, they finished up with Time of Your Life, which, yeah. But other people liked it, so that's fine. All right, so we've got the app scaffolded. I don't think we need to worry about strict mode. I don't like it. We'll comment it just for now. But it's only at dev time anyway, so like, I don't know. If I'm not going to use it at dev time, why even leave it? I don't know. But okay, so we've got this. We don't have app.css. I must have deleted that. Is it worth bringing in shadcn? Yeah, let's do it. Like, it doesn't matter, but whatever. All right, so that's not what we're looking for. I'm going to shuffle this over just so it's not mixed in. All right, so we got to add Tailwind. And what's up, Moshiko? How you doing? Oh. All right. So, yeah, we do that junk. Oh, they actually want me to... Hold on, never mind. They actually want me to put that in here. I find that weird. Ah, shit. You're just chilling? Nice. Any fun plans for the weekend or anything? Here's another thing. My JSON files aren't auto-formatting. I'm going to figure that out. Shit. All right, what else? What else? Yeah, I gotta update the Vite config. Sure. I never know which way to do this in. Like, I don't know. I don't think the import order matters. Not a big deal. All right, so then we run the CLI. Neutral, good enough. Okay, so now we just need to add some components. Like button. Yep, button. Pretty standard. But yeah, what's everyone up to? Come on, say hi. I know there's more than just the one or two people that that have said hi so far. What's going on? Man, Costco nailed it. They also had the dumplings that I really like. I may have bought too many, so I think I'm eating dumplings for the foreseeable future. And I am more than okay with that. What's up, Francesco? How you doing? What are you up to? All right, so we added button. What's some other stuff that we end up needing from the CodePen example? Right, we probably need a drop-down selector. We probably need an input. Russian? No, these are, I'm not exactly sure. They're like Asian in general, though. That's fine. Like a cancer, it'll grow on you. That's okay, Bronland. You know how I can tell that you actually probably do really like JavaScript and you're a huge fan of Comic Sans? Because the pretty face part. That's how I knew you were being totally sarcastic with all of it. Is today opposite day? Okay, so this is fun. Couple things, right? Like I've had some really fun like replies to like a couple hinged profiles. So one of them, it was like, don't be bad if you're not as funny as me, or something like that. Or no, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. It was like, I need to be with someone funnier than me, or something like that. And I was like, well, I'm in, but looks aren't everything. Boom, roasted. that was a fun one. And then hold on, there was a good limerick one that I don't want to mess up. I posted it to Blue Sky. Good old Blueski. God, I keep doing the .com though. There we go. Yeah. So, a Hinge profile I like mentioned she liked limericks, so I commented, I looked up the rules of limericks because your profile piqued my interest. It was going all right until I realized how hard it was to rhyme the word limerick. That's fucking gold, okay? I'm so proud of that. Come on. No match yet, but, you know, not everyone hops on Hinge all the time. That's a solid limerick, though. I'm quite proud of that. Anyway, back to what we're doing. So yeah, the other inputs or things we're going to need input. They don't do loaders, do they? I almost think that's something they should do, but whatever. Oh, spinner. They do have a spinner. I'm spinner. Oh shit. Who here's seen Death to Smoochie? There's like a retired boxer who's taken one too many hits to the head who goes by the name Spinner. It's a pretty good bit. But yeah, so we're going to add Spinner. And we need a select dropdown. But yeah, how you doing, Castev? It's a nice, chill Saturday. Like, I woke up at a reasonable time today. I still, like, you know, rotted in bed for a bit. But I woke up at, like, a good, reasonable, like, 9 a.m.-ish. I didn't bring my phone into the room. I don't think I'll need it today. All right, we're not doing any two-factor auth necessary things yet. But okay. And yeah, like seriously, what's everyone up to? You guys do anything fun? Any good games coming out? Any plans for the holidays? Wow, you're almost at 100 hours on the mice game, Brainless, so it must be good. It must be really good. Bronland, you're doing systems integrations in .NET 6. Interesting. Didn't you know 10 just came out? I'm kidding. I understand how Legacy works. I'm just having fun. All right, so there's also some like there's some chat UI thing that we could totally use for right, like the message part of this stuff. I'm not sure it matters that much, honestly. Like we can just it's some pretty simple styling anyway, like who cares? So I don't think we need to change too much. Yeah, so I think we have all the components we need via shadcn. So now we can start building the layout. And we're just going to jam it all into the app. I don't think we need any routing or anything. So, yeah, let's have at it. It's a constant battle of okay, like it's the ebb and flow of feeling stupid versus calling someone else stupid, right? Such as the yin and yang of dev. I fucking hate Big Bang Theory, but there is that bit that it's like it's the meme or whatever. It's like, why? 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 Oh, that's why. Right? Like that part is very true, even though the show sucks. Yeah, exactly, Two Fools. Yep. There must be balance in society. All right, so let's do the basics where we just grab. I mean, honestly, we could grab a bunch of this HTML directly, and that wouldn't be a big deal. What's up, Rye? How you doing, Rye Connect? Curious why you're doing the test message. Were they not going through before? Yeah, exactly, Bronland. Yep. Like, even though they probably consulted and dealt with smart people that helped them craft some of their jokes, Big Bang Theory feels like a stupid version's person of what a smart person is, you know? Right? Like, there's some rich people, we don't want to name names because politics, who are a stupid version's person of what a rich person looks like. All right, so yeah, let's honestly, yeah, let's just copy their HTML here. It's not terrible. All right. So yeah, we need to just start replacing some of these things. I feel like we can leave the whole p tag stuff. We'll start replacing these inputs with the components that we need. So, I mean, technically, we probably don't need the ID. Are we really not allowed to put an ID on the select, though? That seems broken. Like, ShadCN, what's your deal? But maybe it's inside, like, the select trigger that we'd want to do it. Pretty sure that's it. All right, so then where does the model list actually come from? I think that actually comes from the hook, like the engine. I think there's a method for it. So we're going to want to bring that in separately. But this is why we're doing this in general. Oh, and hold on. Wait, did I mess this up? Oh, I see what I did. We are probably going to have some state. I think we can get away with no state. So we'll, yeah. I think we'll get away with no state because we're going to be using our hook. And theoretically, if we have all that stuff encapsulated right, we should be good to go. So the only hook we should need is the WebLLM wrapper. That's my theory. But what that does mean is, I mean, let's just toy with it. Const equals use WebLLM. Debug true, sure. We bring this in, but it doesn't look like we can do that. Interesting. I know progress is going to be one. Show pre-result? What does that mean? I do think you're right that we should create a command, though. All right, so yeah, there's a command at least. You can go read up on WebLLM if you want. Yeah, no worries. No, that was a good question. Like, honestly, you're right. I need to add commands like that to my title and stuff, too. So let me update that. Give me a second. Okay, so, yeah, for some reason, right, package JSON. Our issue is that this React package isn't doing an export of anything. So, yeah, we actually need to go in. Head into packages here, head into React. Did I even make a build command yet? Try tsup our file instead. Oh, but it's not scripts, it's source. All right, let's see if it builds. Okay. And we did create a dist file. And yeah, main here seems wrong. Package.json. Right, we could probably go find a library that does it. I could probably even go find other libraries I've made in other projects. That's not a bad idea. So if we go and look at this, we've got our templates and what they export. No. Yep, no, not that one. Styles? Main types module. Okay. That's probably what I'm looking for. And I probably want all of that junk on it too. Is Claude a good helper? It's all right. Oh, interesting. I did the NodeMon thing for this one instead of just doing tsup watch. That's a weird one. Nah, I think we're fine. Okay, so then, yeah, looking at this, I don't think we need to do that. But we probably do need to do this. And then we should be able to build. No. Oh. Okay, so we may need to set module resolution. Oh, you can do tsup stuff in package JSON? I don't think I knew that. Hmm. Weird. Entries source / index. Doing format ESM CJS. Of course it's not maintained anymore. Hey, all right, there we go. Now we're working with portals. And yeah, what's up there, Alpha Zero? How you doing? So interesting. It's complaining about not having the right types. You've been trying anti-gravity. Nothing special so far, but promising. Yeah, what is promising about it? And hey, what's up, 3D Factor? How you doing? So yeah, interestingly, TS down, that migration script was really nice. I don't think I was expecting that. But yeah, like I was actually kind of bummed. And damn, there's a create TS down? Oh. What is that for? It's for like scaffolding a new project, right? And ooh, how do I pronounce your name? Is it Morvi or is it more like Moravai? Right? Like, is the E its own syllable? Let me know how to pronounce your name better. But thank you for the follow. It replaces the need for VS Code for you. You can import all your VS Code settings. It has Chrome integrations that the AI model can test the apps. Still a lot of features to understand, though. Sure. Okay, so we got the import there working. Now, this part, yeah, we don't actually export progress. So yeah, what are the things that we should be exporting? And let's move this over. I don't think you guys need to see the file system at the moment. Yeah, we basically need to do that part. All right, so then this is definitely not a number, though. init progress report. Right, so I kind of want the user to be able to set their own progress callback, but I think we also want to kind of manage that callback ourselves. Yeah, all right, so then we return actually an object. Right, so engine, progress, those are things we need to listen to so far. Oh, that was the wrong place anyway. And let's close up some of these that we're not using at the moment. Keep things a little cleaner. Oh, I wanted engine though. Damn. Pop that open. Let me get more music going. So yeah, so far I don't think too many of these are necessary. What's up, Mohai? How you doing? All right, so then let's look at the CodePen example again. Aha. Okay, so WebLLM.prebuilt app config dot model list, and then they're mapping over it. Okay, so we can get pre-built app config. All right, so getting the available models, that's easy enough. Where is that getting called? Ah, okay. Used as a plugin to browse and analyze pages in real time. If you wanted to put it in a browser extension, maybe. Like, you'd still have to give it control over the tab and all that. So it's not going to be something that's just plug and play, but it's something you could build. So I wonder if I should even be doing the whole create MLC engine part, and instead I should just be creating the class and doing the whole reload thing separately. Oh, am I still live on YouTube? Looks like I got logged out. I think I should be good still. Oh, I do have to go grab my phone. 1 second, give me a sec. Sorry about that. Hmm. Yeah, interesting. That was weird. All right. Anyway. Okay, I'm still live on YouTube. That's good. Yeah, that was weird. That was kind of weird. Okay, so. Man, did I scuff my finger? I don't know if it matters. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. Let's keep building it. When we go to here, what I need to do then is in this package, I'm going to do pnpm dev. Declared but never read. Okay, perfect. So then, yeah, what do they do inside of this stuff? When they click download, they initialize the engine. When they're initializing the engine, they do download status, they remove hidden. Oh, I see. So it's almost like progress report. It was chill. Oh, I almost want to like re-export all the types and stuff. Hmm. We're going to call it progress report. Let's pour another beverage real quick. It's a Saturday. Oh, yeah. And man, yeah, for everyone who maybe didn't hear it when I was mentioning it earlier, I just froze a bunch of meats. So I got food for days. Seasoned and froze for New York cut steaks. I only had like one or two left in the freezer. I also got some of the pork rib meat, which is really good for like chow mein. And also like tacos if I want to do some of that. I only had one or two of those left. And then I did something I haven't gotten before. I got some pork belly because I feel like unseasoned, uncured pork belly would be better for like carbonara than just straight up bacon. I just can't find guanciale anywhere. So yeah, I got some pork belly freezing too, so that I can bust that out for carbonara. So yeah, froze a bunch of stuff. Did that earlier. I would have started around noon if I didn't have to do that stuff, but it took me like a good hour or so to freeze all them things, do the vacuum sealing and all that. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? Like anything fun going on in people's lives? Besides this stream, obviously. You're messing with Claude Code? Nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool. The fact that they added that whole sandbox mode thing, I think, is pretty nifty too. Okay, so hey, what's up, Robotic Ed? How you doing? You looking forward to some Pal World tonight? Let me catch up on what you just wrote there, Alimaxis. So you're from Panama, currently studying cybersecurity. You're learning Java. It's really hard, too much things. You got to put in the work. If it was easy, why would they pay us money for it? Enough. I don't think it matters. Once you learn a few, learning another one isn't a big deal. Sure, man. Yeah, they're just languages. They're not sports teams, dude. What's the trick? No, don't waste time memorizing something that you can easily look up. No, don't worry about looking stuff up, man. I would say YouTube videos are a terrible place to look things up, though. All right, so let's at least start seeing what we see in this page. All right, it looks terrible, but all the models are in there. Say that's a little strange. I wasn't thinking it would be model whatever. So it's not model lib. Hold on. Pre-built app config. That's what we're looking for. All right. So model record. Interesting. Okay, so here we go. Model is the link to download the weight. Model ID is what we call the model. Model lib is where we link to. So maybe model ID is what I'm looking for. Oh, yeah, it is model ID. Okay. Easy enough. Oh, thanks, Sourced. Yeah, I think so at least, you know. Like, I'm sure there's a middle ground where I shouldn't be quite as strict, right? Hey, what's up? How you doing, low-key, a boo? La boo boo raid. How you doing, man? What were you up to on your stream? Learning Rust to remove your prejudices about Nightshade Dude's culture. I didn't know Nightshade was a furry. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. There should actually be major like security concerns around some of these like furry conferences. There's too much pivotal infrastructure at an event like that. Technological progress would grind to a halt. I'm kidding. I don't know. It's just a meme. Avocado and toast are giving you the energy to keep your eyes open a bit more. I mean, just saying, brainless, if you wanted to get a nap before Pal World tonight, that could be an option. Yes, we got raided by a boo. Yep. And how you doing, Chocolate Starfish? So yeah, for everyone, like, so what were you doing with Rust? And while you're answering that, Abu, I'm going to clue people into kind of what we're working on here on stream today. There is a thing called WebLLM, and you can toy with it at this website. The goal behind the project is that you can run some of these like chat models directly in your browser using WebGPU. Now, your device needs to be strong enough to do so, but pretty powerful. The reason I'm looking into it is I have some features I want to make for my like social keyword listening service thing. I want to be able to like gauge and judge relevance of stuff, but I don't necessarily want to pay for tokens to various services because I'm bootstrapping. I can't afford to have my budget blow up from some runaway prompting BS. So instead, the user can just do it on their machine. No big deal, right? So that's the thought. But it turns out that WebLLM and like the library and engine that they have under the hood doesn't actually have any like React wrapper or any of that stuff. And so at that point, well, I want to use it in a React app and I want to be able to like make it reactive without, having to like embed that logic into my app. So instead, we're making a library of WebLLM wrappers. Is it open source? It's absolutely open source, for sure. The whole thing. So yes, we're building a React wrapper for it, like a hook, so that you can use WebLLM and, get some of like the progress stuff and all that BS. But then, well, you know what? Let's make some wrappers for other frameworks too. Because why not? So at that point, yeah, I think, number one, it's going to solve a problem for the app I'm building. Number two, I get to maybe make some conference talks about the library I'm building, which is even better. In the Cloudflare postmortem, was that the cause? An unwrap in production Rust code? That never should have passed code review. Unwrap is only for demo code. And like little mini applets and things like that. Things that are not mission critical. That was part of it? Yeah. I've done it, by the way. Keep that in mind. Like I've done unwraps in code that I published, but not for a company. Like, no, if I'm getting paid for it, I'll put the effort in. But I have definitely done unwraps in some of the projects you've seen me build because, that project didn't matter as much. Brainless, you need to go back to learning Rust one day. It's a fun language, which you just don't understand yet. You were toying with a project to take snapshots of Git repositories years ago, but you stopped when you were assigned to work in Elixir and you had to ramp up. Yeah, I mean, Rust is one of those languages where if it compiles, you're pretty good. Except in the case of unwrap and doing things in like unsafe and some of that stuff, right? There are, like, even as safe as the language is, there are ways to shoot yourself in the foot, and unwrap is a big one of them. So yeah, like, how does Cloudflare not have a good CI/CD process that identifies an unwrap and just doesn't allow the merge, right? Yeah, like, that's a major red flag. How much do we want to bet it was vibe coded? And it was in a PR so damn big that an unwrap is just a needle in a haystack. The use case for unwrap is demo code, right? Like you just want to prove out an idea. You just want to make sure something works and does something. And in your like narrow testing, it does that, right? Yeah, probably AI code review too. Like unwrap has legitimate use cases. I will say that. Like sometimes you just want something to blow up. Right? Cases for that might be CLI tools that you don't care too much about, like returning a good error message. You just want to know if it succeeded or not. Like, it is rare in production code. In demo code, it's especially nice just because you can do some unwraps to make the demo code like smaller and easier to like read and grok. But yeah, in production, you should be handling that stuff. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And there are even cases where you don't need to do an unwrap. You can just end the statement with an exclamation point, and that'll bubble up the error, at least. So if your function is returning a proper result or option anyway, you can bubble up the result or option as well. And that is like totally fine in production code because you still have a boundary at which you're going to have to handle the result or option like failure. Yeah, exactly, small knight. Like if you're just trying to write out some demo code, something to prove an idea real quick, yeah, you might not handle all the errors in the moment. That's fine. But eventually you're going to have to go back and fill that stuff in. Yeah, it's effectively an assert success. Yeah. But yeah, the safer thing to do is just have an effective like error boundary of the function that you care about, and then you just handle that result at the top level. So then in the inside of that function and even nested functions, you can do the whole exclamation point thing, which kind of essentially like bubbles the result up. And or not the result, but like the failure up. And that's incredibly useful. Like I think that's totally fine in production code because it still forces you to handle it somewhere. Sorry, I heard a weird noise. But yeah, I'm not an expert with Rust by any means, but I have been dabbling with it long enough and talking to people who are much more experts than me that a lot of these things like rub off on me. But I still write very naive Rust code. Like when in doubt, clone it out. You're not going to see me fussing with lifetimes. Nah, you're not going to see me fussing with pointers or references or whatever they call them most of the time. In general, I'm just going to clone stuff. So I'm not the best Rust developer to listen to for like absolute performance and whatever. But I will point out that a lot of clones, right? Like a dot clone, the compiler can elide that stuff away. And as far as readability goes, I would say a dot clone is easier to read than like tracing lifetimes and dealing with references. So instead, like there's so much engineering put into the compiler, which is why it's so slow, that you can kind of just let the compiler take the wheel in a lot of cases. So yeah, when in doubt, clone it out and then profile it and find your bottlenecks. In very few cases are clones going to be your problem. As an example, if you really want to like check it out, there are ways that you can go into Godbolt, which is a thing to see the assembly that gets generated. Not GoBolt, Godbolt. Right? So it's a compiler explorer. So basically, what you'd end up doing is you'd write some Rust code and then see what the resulting assembly language is. You could write some Rust code that is the naive.clone for a bunch of stuff, and then other Rust code that does the proper lifetime handling and, like references and blah, blah, blah. I feel like in a bunch of cases, you're going to get the same exact resulting assembly, though. And we've even seen someone do that. Y'all remember Donut Pointer? He used to stream here on Twitch. He's very into Rust. He's a security focused dude. He was watching me do some naive, terrible Rust a few years ago, and he actually went and recreated it and noticed that it was the exact same like assembly output. Does it mean it's always the case? No. But yeah, like the compiler is smarter than me. That's for sure. Ooh, Robotica. I got to meet the Coppinger in person. That was super cool. He was in New York at the same time I was for some reason. Like, yeah, pretty cool. Yeah. Papept, I don't give a shit. Nah, that's not an argument or a conversation we want to have here, man. You can Google that. The fact that you're not satisfied by all the arguments that have already been had on the internet about it, or the fact that you didn't look, is actually the problem and why AI is probably going to take your job at least. If you're too lazy to actually find the prior art and the prior conversations around these things, you're fucked, dude. So AI is not going to take everyone's job, but it might take yours if you're that lazy. Right? I'm sorry. It's just such a shit question. It's like Go versus Rust type arguments. Like, dude, it's a dead conversation. If you're not satisfied with the prior art out there, you're either trolling or you're doomed. I can't help you. And it's not a conversation I want to entertain here anymore. But how's that going to be any different from any conversation you're going to have here, Small Knight? How is that any different? It's still just some asshole's one-sided opinion, no matter what. It's all anecdotal. It's all subjective. If you can't form your own opinion off of reading about other people's opinions, where is your critical thinking? If you lack critical thinking, yes, AI is taking your job. One plane, no, I'm going to release some butterflies. The flapping of their wings will modify the eddy currents in the atmosphere. Maximus Decimus Meridius. Father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife. Nah, it's fine. We know what you meant, Goddard. I didn't see the new one yet. Is it any good? Gladiator 2? Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Yeah. Like, all the actors in it are fantastic, but that doesn't always mean anything. Oh yeah, small night. Yeah, that's a huge problem. That's actually why I don't like helmets when snowboarding either. It feels like this extra weight that just is going to add more leverage to like neck injury stuff. When like, dude, like cracking your skull on a snowboard, it's not really a thing. Pepe, no, it seems like you're trolling, dude. I'm good on it. No thanks. You seem to lack the required ability to search for things on the internet. If you're not able to do that, yes, AI is going to take your job. But I'm good on it, Pepe. It seems like you're trolling. One more thing if you're still listening. Take agency over your own life, dude. Why do you think a Twitch chat is better than, I don't know, looking a bunch of shit up via Google? Brainless, you did hit yourself with the board on the back of your head? Oh, like you scorpioned and then your legs like did the flip up thing? To where it's like, I'm not doing it well, but like you hit and then you scorpion and then like your legs flipped over forward to hit you? Back when I had those problems, I was flexible enough that I actually saw my board in front of my face. The wrong way. Like, dude, I've seen that before. But yeah, what's up? How you doing, Wizardy? I can't remember. Is it Wizardy or Vizardy? Yeah, Norizabu, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you for bringing the crowd. Wait, what Matrix 2? Matrix is amazing. It's a shame they never made any sequels, though. Now, I do have a bit of a morbid curiosity to check out number 4. Was it like Resurrection or whatever? I do have a bit of a morbid curiosity to check it out. Matrix 4 and the search for more money. The Matrix demo ages ago? The demo. Do you mean like that they were gonna have like a Matrix Online like demo? Like, did they ever make the Matrix Online? I thought they did, right? I never actually played it. I do remember the video games. The dude. Yeah, whatever video game that was amazing. Oh, Matrix Awakens Unreal Engine 5 demo. Okay, I didn't remember that one. That looks cool. We'll have to check that out. Maybe over on the other stream. Oh, Australian internet? Yeah. It doesn't apply to Back to the Future. I mean, it applies to Back to the Future 3. And I saw that movie in the theater. But just saying, I don't know, man. Back to the Future 2, I actually consider better than the first. But Back to the Future 3? Anyway, let's keep working on our code. I like chatting, you know. I'm a big fan of chatting. I don't know or care. Back to the Future 3 sucks, though. Like, it's really bad. Really? Just agree to disagree. Okay, I could give it that. Let me put it this way. I love bad movies. I actually think bad movies can be more fun than good movies. Right? Toxic Avenger, Cannibal the Musical. Like, dude, I think bad movies can be really good. Ice Pirates? That is such a classically bad, awesome movie. But I'm just saying, you know? When it's in a series, it's tough. Yeah, I still think it's terrible, but yeah, sometimes you're not looking for good. You're just looking for entertaining. And there is some kind of like schadenfreude from watching Sharknado. I get it. I will point out like Sharknado and some of those like newer money laundering films just aren't fun for me. And that's what they are. They're money laundering. But I do like indie films. I do like low budget films. I do like just classically bad films. I do love a great parody like Scary Movie 1 and 2. 3 was good. Everything after that, I think that was in number 3, right? There's a number 6 coming? Isn't number 6 like back to the Wayans brothers, though? Like, I'm pretty sure that's a thing, right? So basically, 3, 4, and 5 were like the Zucker brothers that took over that like IP. It's why there's such a distinct difference between like 1 and 2 and then like 3, 4, and 5. 3 still managed to be pretty good. Yeah, I could have sworn that the new one is actually reverting back to the Wayans brothers, which means it might be really good. Let me double check that. Now I'm really curious. Yes, right? Dude, okay, so not directed by the Wayans, but written by Marlon, Sean, and Keenan. Right? Same way that number one and two were. I believe Keenan directed number one. I don't remember if he directed number two or not. Yeah, Keenan directed number one. And if you're not aware, he also directed Don't Be a Menace. Right? Message. Like, yeah. Yeah, Keenan's good. I don't know if he did number two, though. Well, that was easy. Oh, wow. Account created 8 minutes ago. Totally not the person we just banned. Wink. But yeah, so this one, also Keenan. Yeah, makes sense. My germs. But yeah, based on their name, Nikki F., I think we just banned a borderline Nazi. Yeah, pretty sure. Good job, me. All right. So yeah, let's keep going. I haven't seen the new Final Destination. Scary Movie 5 was bad? Yeah, I would assume. I haven't seen it. Yeah, I like the Bourne series. I think they all hold up. I think despite Jeremy Renner, I like the Jeremy Renner one too. I'd actually put the Jeremy Renner one like above some of the OGs, actually. Like probably not better than the first or the second. But yeah, it's up there. Like, yeah, it's solid. I always loved that quote from 40-Year-Old Virgin, right? Where Paul Rudd's character is like, man, that this guy in the Bourne movie, I always thought he was a bit of a Streisand, but in this one he's rocking the shit, man. Like just the way he phrased it, dead on balls accurate. So yeah, I agree, Alpha. Yeah, I think the Odyssey is not shaping up to be a good film so far. The budget Matt Damon guy who was in Black Mirror and Breaking Bad? Are you talking about Aaron Paul? I don't know. I've never seen an episode of Black Mirror, so I'm not sure. Oh, Jesse Plemons. Yeah, I could see him being a budget Matt Damon. That's a good call. I didn't even think about it. Uh, I guess I can see it. I wouldn't say exactly. He's a fantastic actor. Like, he's picking really cool and interesting projects and roles these days. Like, yeah. Like, really into Jesse Plemons, like, and his, like, career arc. Going from, like, just a child actor. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't see the Matt Damon thing. I'd have to, like, really look at it. Yeah, it was interesting. When I was in SF, like, a month or two ago, I was hanging out with Theo and Mark, and they had a friend come over, and dude was like, "Hey man," introduced himself. I'm like, "Hey, I'm Chris." He's like, "Oh man, for some reason I thought you were Tanner Lindsley," and I was like, "Really? I don't see that." But I've always been like seeing like Tanner Lindsley's like glasses photo, and I guess he was like heavier. And nowadays he's like way thinner, and I can kind of see the resemblance between me and him. But I would say instead, no, Tanner Lindsley looks like Tom Holland. I don't think you'll be able to unsee that now. Like fit Tanner Lindsley looks like Tom Holland. But yeah, I don't know. It's always like the celebrity look-alike kind of game is interesting. All right, so let's continue this. Right? I think let's look at what we got in here. We probably need to style it better, but not right now. If I select, I don't know, Quen 3, this one. We're not doing what we need there. So this one would be on value change. Value is model ID. Am I going to include all the models? I mean, for this demo, absolutely. For my project, no. For my project, it'll just be the one model, and you won't even be able to select that stuff. But what we're building right now is a library, so we have to include, like, we have to give people the option for everything the core needs to support, right? So there's something up about this. So hold on. Now, hold on. We do need to set model ID. Oh, we're bubbling up the engine. What's up, Chicky? How you doing? All right, so I'm gonna have to start loading or at least logging some stuff because I don't think we're doing exactly what I expected. So let's try this again. We'll pick, I don't know. Oh shit. Okay. So the data fetching is working, right? The reload value. We're just not binding to the state right, which means our progress report here is broken. Which would hint that we've probably got a bug in here about how we're like setting the progress report, right? Oh, and actually, we can just wrap that. Okay, so hold on. That's actually an app problem. We're doing the progress report thing, but we're doing it to an empty field. And yeah, class name hidden goes away. Okay, so now we need to keep modeling out the logic. I think we've got the selection and the download stuff going, which is good. We're not necessarily honoring the download button and the separation between those things. So it's almost like we need another flag to pass in to use WebLLM that would then say like auto load model or like load model automatically, something like that. Because some users may just want to be like, hey, the moment I change the model, just automatically download it, versus like other people might want to call it directly. At which point, maybe we want to, we want to use that like Boolean to decide if that use effect changes, we trigger a reload, or we send back like a function they can call to trigger the download. Because we got to support both. Yeah, I like that idea. So looking at this code, what we can see is I'm not calling reload anywhere manually, but actually, no, I'm not calling it here. Oh, I am calling engine.reload. So if I didn't call that, hmm. So, yeah, I think there's something wrong with how I'm building this hook a little bit, because we don't necessarily want to automatically do this. All right, I got thoughts. And what's up, Fallen? How you doing? Okay. Hmm. So I definitely want to change the way this works. All right, so I'm not using the debug hook anymore. All right, so based on the engine config, this feels a little better, but what's up, B? How you doing? Interestingly, Twitch didn't give me a notification about your follow, which is interesting. I feel like Twitch has been missing events lately. Yeah. I don't know. But all right. So yeah. So if we're debugging, right, we'll do something like debug WebLLM React. Sure. And then we can log that there. So that's nice and safe. I am having a good day. Whenever you open a stream, recently the title doesn't display. Do I know what might be causing that? I don't. Sorry there, Mondays. Sounds like someone's got a case of the Mondays. Sorry, I don't know if that's what your name's a reference to, but I found it hilarious to myself. I had to laugh at it internally, so I had to share it with everyone. Hey, Lawrence, does anyone ever say that at your job? No. Hell no. I do believe you get your ass kicked for saying something like that. All right, 1 second. Let me grab another soda. And hell yeah, Fallen. Dude, an Office Space quote is always relevant. You have a dude at work that's just like Milton? Oh shit. For Christmas this year, you should totally get him a swing line stapler. Right? Right? Order him a Mai Tai next time you go out drinking. See if he orders with it with salt on the rim. Large crystals of salt. I believe I ordered a Mai Tai, not a pina colada. And I said no salt, no salt. And this one had large crystals of salt on the rim. All right, anyway, back to what we're doing. So I should be back now. Hello? Hello? Yeah, the Mac Mini's disconnected still, which is weird. Yeah, Abdu, absolutely. If my chat would reconnect. There we go. All right. Maybe. Okay, so that loaded. Do we think it's a Twitch issue? Yeah, I don't know what the issue is. But yeah, there you go, Abdu. So yeah, WebLLM runs using WebGPU, which is pretty cool. There is not WebNPU support, right? Like neural processing engines or neural processing unit, technically. But eventually, maybe. Now, WebGPU is only available in certain browsers and certain versions of Safari, etc. In Chrome, it's working for me without doing anything extra. Yeah, I mean, it's at least worth proving out an idea. One of the trolls earlier that didn't show up because they were suspicious because they were obviously, one of the people we've banned in the past or just banned recently. Their comment was kind of fucking hilarious. Hold on, do I still have it in my history here? Because it's so out of touch with reality. It's already gone. Basically, they said, well, if you can't afford tokens, then your business is failing and you're a shit developer. And it's like, dude, successful business and developer skill have nothing to do with each other. Like, the smartest devs in the world couldn't run a business to save their lives. And that's fine. Like, dude, why are you conflating those things? But also, if you're bootstrapping, why would you spend your own money when you can just let the user spend their own CPU cycles instead? So yeah, like, I don't know. Some people are just really out of touch. We can prove this idea and get it into users' hands without it costing me a dime. That's fucking cool, man. So yeah, some people just don't understand the difference between bootstrapping and venture funding. And they think every company has a budget like Stripe. You know? Yeah. Nope. Nope. But yeah, some people just either they were trolling and they know they're not correct, or they're actually shit at business themselves because they equate business to developer skill. And those things are completely unrelated. Yeah, useful for privacy, useful for all sorts of shit, dude. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. I believe they were just trolling and trying to get under someone's skin. Yeah, exactly. Right? Meanwhile, could you build some internal tool at the company and just download the weights and it runs just in their browser and there's zero data leaking? There's a lot of value to that. Like, holy shit, dude. Let me get more music going. I don't know if I've bought this album yet. I need to buy this album. Oh, hold on. You know what? I heard a band the other night when I was in Seattle. And I don't know if it's a band or just a dude. It's like Justin Harden or something like that. It was some really, really like good funk. So I kind of want to give their stuff a listen. Wonder if they're on Bandcamp. Well, let's just give this one a try. Okay, I don't know what I heard the other night. It wasn't that. Never mind. I give up. No thanks. Nope. Never mind. Eject. Eject. No, that music. Man, I don't know what I played there. That was terrible. All right, so back to what we're doing here. Yeah, we need to create a callback. This is going to be reload Or maybe load model. No, I don't think I want to do that. And no, engine was already created, so we don't need to do that. We just need to do if engine. No, never mind. It's fucking up. So we do want to do a use callback. And I don't find myself reaching for use callbacks that much. People over on YouTube, is my chat still working as we expect? Could I at least get one person in the YouTube chat to say, or like just do anything in chat? Just a wave or whatever? Just want to make sure that's still going after the weird connection issue I had earlier. And if not, no worries. It's fine. All right, so yeah, this load model function. And yeah, what's up, RJ? So yeah, we do this load model method. Yeah, it's barely a method. It's just a function at this point. Oh, and you know what? I don't want to do this here. I want to wire that up to the button. The small version in the chat window says hype, but the big one says goal? Not on my end. Yeah, no. Like the one we're seeing says goal as well. So maybe you have like 7 TV or something and it replaces it? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure why that'd be inconsistent, but everywhere it's the goal one for us, or for me. Skip this one with the singing and bullshit. Yeah, I'm not sure what's changing that. But yeah, so I like the idea of the load model button, which means now this needs to be a button. All right, so we'll bring in button here. Oh, why did that import type? That was weird. Yeah, that load model function may not actually be necessary. Ooh, and small LM might be our move. All right, and that was fast. Damn, small LM. Let's actually test it. So I'm thinking I don't want to use small LM. That was shit. What the fuck? All right, so we're definitely going to stick with Quen 3. But honestly, this is like plausibly inaccurate at least. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Well, woodchucks can reach 4 to 6 pounds and 12 to 25 gallons of water. Who measures an animal in gallons of water, by the way? To chuck wood, a woodchuck would need to consume around 288 cubic feet of wood, assuming it only doodles under a lamp without digging. Now I have so many more questions. Like, what the fuck? But man, it's fast. Dude, it's very fast. Holy shit. 1,500 tokens a second after being warmed up. The woodchuck has traditionally been considered the largest woodchuck. A woodchuck, commonly found in wooded areas in warmer climates, can eat and consume large quantities of wood. However, the weight measurements of woodchucks can vary slightly depending on their age and habitat. What? But okay. All right. I guess. So yeah, the fact that it was like 195 megs instead of the 400 is kind of interesting. Let's try one more time. $257 meg. You won your AI bootcamp competition? Nice, dude. A woodchuck can chuck wood, not the wood itself. After all, wood is secured with nails and screws and other fasteners. In addition to wood, a woodchuck also uses threads to create traction on land. But that's another story altogether. Yeah, woodchucks have huge tractions of land. At least one person out there got that reference, right? So I built a castle, and it sank into the swamp. So I built a second castle, and that also sank into the swamp. And I built a third castle, and that one also sank into the swamp. Like, yeah, like, dude. Exactly, Celestial. Exactly. That's just science. Yeah. Duh. But I don't want any of that. I just want to sing. Like, yeah. Anyway, let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. No, there'll be none of that singing. No. All right, and I'm back. So yeah, how you doing, Celestial? How goes that game you play? The space station game. Sorry for the burp. Yeah, Thomas from MySpace, dude. Tom, how's your photography career going? You were my first online friend, dude. So Thomas, the reason is I want to build stuff into my web application, right? So LM Studio is not something that you're going to be able to force on users of a service that you're building, right? But you can still maybe prove out some of the AI features you want to build using their device, right? So it's the power of like a web application versus a desktop application at that point. Your distribution is so much farther, right? And it's usually something that you can embed into your web app versus like a dedicated thing like LM Studio. Now, I mean, haven't you heard? Like Tom from MySpace sold to shit. What company bought it? AOL, right? He sold MySpace to AOL, and he just took that bag and raised his family and just started like doing like hobby photography. Like he's got never have to work again kind of money, you know? So then he just became a photographer, from what I've heard. But yeah, that's the idea, Thomas, right? Like, I don't have to spend any tokens. I don't have to connect up to third party AI that can be abused. I can just let people download the models to their system and build features around that. And once I find a feature that I think is really good for my web service, I can build that out to do like the open router thing. But the idea is I don't need to pay for prototyping and proving the idea because I'm bootstrapping. Every single dollar counts. Meanwhile, number one, like this stuff can be hosted on Hugging Face, no problem, but also I could host it on Cloudflare R2, and the download is basically free, right? The hosting is basically free because like the egress is free and all that stuff. So like realistically, someone downloading the model like params is free to me, but open router tokens would not be. 1 second. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Really, I don't see any of the ad stuff on my end. They usually let me know. But, eh. All right, let me check it out. Just taught us all some basic HTML and rolled out. See, I don't remember ever being able to modify HTML with MySpace. I just thought it was purely CSS. So, like, I had someone else say that you could even do, like, JavaScript stuff. I don't remember JavaScript being part of that either. As far as I remember, customizing MySpace was purely CSS modification. But yeah, what's up, Badra? How you doing? Right? GeoCities taught me HTML. MySpace taught me CSS. Flash taught me basic programming, like copying and pasting snippets. But yeah, maybe my path isn't the same as everyone else. I don't know. MySpace made you feel like a hacker? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it was purely just CSS, right? But with CSS, you could do magic. Like, you can make your entirely, like, custom thing. But there was no, like, at least back then with the version of CSS we had, there was no possibility of, like, injection vulnerabilities because of it, because it's just styling. And I think that's a powerful thing. Hold on. My thoughts on Gemini, the protocol? I'm not aware of Gemini's protocol. Gopher, but new? I guess I don't know what Gopher is. It's like a minimal replacement for HTML. Oh. Yeah, no thoughts. I don't know, man. Is it similar to maybe like Tor? So Gopher is a bit like RSS and graph theory. Okay. What would I use it for? Let me put it that way. Like blogging? That's mostly what you've seen it used for? Okay. Yeah, no audience, right? So it's a structural standard. The client renders it however it wants. Okay. So that's essentially what RSS should have been. I get it. What does it do that improves upon RSS? So Gemini is from 1993? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've just never heard of it. Oh, Gopher is older. Okay. Gemini's the same, but like new. Yeah, I'm totally unaware. You suppose WebDAV goes in the same bucket? Yeah, I have zero context on what WebDAV is either. Like, I don't even know. Hmm. What's this bullshit? Some recommended thing? All right, hold on. Oh, this person's definitely passing this through some fucking AI bullshit. But real quick, it caught my eye. Let me get more music going first. So, this person used to screen pitch decks for a living. Here's why they rejected 90% of them in 30 seconds. There's a misconception that investors read your deck. They don't. They skim it. You have roughly 30 seconds to buy another 5 minutes of your attention. Previously worked at an investment banking analyst handling deal flow for early stage rounds. Roughly $12 million in total deal value. After screening hundreds of decks, I noticed a specific pattern in the 90% that get auto-rejected. If you want to survive the first skim, fix these 4 things. So, too much suspense. If I have to read 5 slides, so it's the Netflix problem, too much suspense, ooh, burn. If I have to read 5 slides to understand what you actually do, I'm already bored. Slide 1 should be, we do X for Y by using Z. Don't make me guess, clarity over cleverness. Okay. The TAM hallucination. So the global real estate market is $50 trillion. Stop. We know real estate's big. That number is lazy. Tell me about your serviceable available market. How many people can you actually sell to today? If you can't calculate that bottom up, you don't know your customer. And then the feature dump. Founders love listing features. AI powered, blockchain enabled, fast. Investors fund outcomes, not features. So bad, we have an AI chatbot. Good, we reduce customer support costs by 40%. Right? And then number 4, the fake ask. We are raising $500K to grow. Grow what? Office plants? Be specific. We are raising $500K to hire 2 engineers and 1 sales rep to hit 10K MRR in 12 months. That's a plan. Growth is a wish. This is actually nice. This is good. So yeah, the hard truth, investors don't fund companies. They fund stories that are backed by math. If your story is confusing, the math doesn't matter. Bedro, I get it, but also I would simply challenge the authority at which you're making that statement. No offense. Now, I know a statement shouldn't need to appeal to an authority, but what evidence are you basing that on? Where is that coming from? You know? Like, it's fun to make a statement like that, but why? Like, where does that opinion come from? How could you theoretically try and prove it? Right? Like, are you an investor? Have you personally invested in businesses just because you were getting some of that FOMO? Yeah, I understand that you've read that. Sure. You know what people actually invest in? People. The majority of companies that are being approved by Y Combinator, it's not because they slapped AI in the name, it's because they graduated from Stanford or some other major school. That's actually more than just the AI label. In general, Y Combinator and a lot of other venture capital companies are investing in the team, not the idea, not even the product. Because a team can pivot. And the greater the value of that team, the more value you would generate from a pivot. Now, again, what am I basing this off of? Just a bunch of shit I've read, probably same as you. Doesn't, like, I'm not an expert, so I could be totally wrong. But at least I can fight anecdotal evidence with other anecdotal evidence. You know what would really help? Anyone out there in chat that's a VC person that actually writes checks? And if so, hey, let's talk. Wink. I'm kidding. They're not in chat right now. In fact, I probably burned a bridge with the OSS Capital folks years ago because I'm kind of a jerk. So that's on me. Like, I'm almost positive there's a dude that used to hang out in Jamie Pine's chat that I think I burned that bridge during like 2020, maybe 2021. But is what it is. All right, so let's continue this. Like, we get the loading part happening. Like, the load, I think, is good. We may want to check, like, is this load model function even necessary? If we just do the reload, are we good? Right? Like, does that do the same thing for us? So if I go through and select, I don't know, some other small one. That works for me. Yeah. All right. So I think our load model function is actually irrelevant. I don't think we need to actually export that. Oh, no. You know what? We do want to expose the load model function. Mainly because the load model function is the only one that's actually reactive to chat options. That is interesting. So, I mean, we don't want to prevent the user from being able to do the whole reload thing. Yeah, I don't know yet. Let's keep going. So let's at least get the chat into a state where we can actually chat with it as we recreate this sandbox application. Right, and I'm doing the easy part right now. Like, I'm just taking this code pen that exists as a non React application, and we are building a React version of it that consumes the hook that we're building around WebLLM so that we can get the reactivity that we would expect. Like how our progress is updating the render as we go. That's the whole point of a hook like this. And eventually we can do the same thing for other frameworks. I am way less familiar how we do this for Vue or Svelte or Solid, right? Like, how would it even work with runes or signals? Same thing. You know? But I have built enough custom hooks that I'm at least comfortable doing this part, right? Like, what would an Angular abstraction look like? It would either be signal based or RxJS based. But still, like, it would offer things that you subscribe to. I think the RxJS version of a wrapper around WebLLM would involve like subjects that you could listen to. Right? And probably even like a behavior subject. I think it's behavior subject for like the chat. It's been a while since I've done significant Angular, but I really do like the idea of RxJS and services and how like the subjects work and stuff like that. I think it's actually a really good pattern because you can build up observables that you can then compose with other observables using stuff. But like RxJS is such a learning curve that I understand why they're opting for signals as the default now and then reach for RxJS when you know you need it. And it's very similar to like effect. In a lot of cases, you could just write simple reactive code, simple like signal based code, and be good. But then you're going to want to like do more intense things with effect. And the problem that RxJS has is the moment you're using RxJS, everything you do has to be RxJS aware. And it's kind of the same for effect as well, right? Like, I'm sure there's some boundary at which you could like have simpler primitives outside of it. But I think that's the biggest problem effect has for adoption. The moment you're using effect, you're building an effect application. You're no longer just building an app and using effect. Effect becomes the core of your application, which is fine if you're building it from scratch, but you're not going to bootstrap effect into something later, right? And it's kind of the same with RxJS. In my opinion, I think effect and RxJS solve the exact same problem. And they also have the same problem in that dealing with either one introduces a major learning curve. You have to start thinking in the context of these things. Now, they make certain like design decisions separately from each other, but I think they're still trying to save this, serve the same problem. But I haven't used effect enough. I probably need to dabble with it so I can have a better opinion. So yeah, let's keep building. Let me at least leave a note. So then, yeah, back to the chat container. All right, so looking at how they build the rest of the chat interaction, right? We see UI bindings, we see UI logic. Right, this streaming generating function is in the on message send. Okay. So this is doing a bunch of like procedural magic, right? We see that the user's input gets trimmed, and then we generate a message. And if the input.length is 0 after the trim, then we just return because nothing's happening, right? From there, the send button gets disabled. So it's almost like we need to track some state of is responding or something. Or is generating. They do a messages.push. Okay, so this is just like the global state of the messages. Right, so this is where they're doing like the procedural updating of like the chat. Oh, and hold on, Bedro. 1 second. Everyone is slapping AI label on their product this year because it bloats the stock price. Yep. And then just saw a tweet of the most profitable people on X for SaaS from the Stripe thing. I don't trust a single fucking thing Mark Liu does. That dude is such a fucking grifter and charlatan. He might be a really nice dude. I don't like anything else about him. He might be like super cool in person, and I don't know, maybe there's some really nice stuff he does, but it's just I just majorly dislike it. No, so this is about founders, right? Like people, you know? And I do find it interesting like the revenue generated versus the amount of followers, and how he's using that as like a ratio that matters. It doesn't. Like, I understand what he's trying to do with it. I don't know. It seems really bullshitty. I think maybe he's trying to point out that you don't have to be big on social media to be successful or something. Like, I don't understand the core thesis at all. To me, it seems like he just took a dart and threw it at the wall and thought, well, I'll make a post about that. Why not? If you have a product, you don't need to be big. Yeah, I get it. But there's still value. But maybe the point being made is just simply like, yeah, you see those people with like thousands and thousands of followers. It doesn't mean they're actually worth listening to. I could see the point being made, sure. But if we want to consider ratios, he's basically making the point that you shouldn't listen to him. Right? Like, Mark Liu is literally making the point that you should stop listening to Mark Liu. Right? Am I reading that wrong? Okay, so at least he's honest. Honestly, I know I hate on him way too much. And I don't even have like a good reason because I'm not reading or listening to his content. I don't like the idea of someone selling a thing that says do this to be successful or whatever when they're not already successful themselves following the same pattern. You know? Like, code fast, ship fast. Dude, you're selling a boilerplate and a class. And those are your most profitable things. Right? Like, you're making money off selling people a dream rather than just doing it. There's something fundamentally wrong with that. Those who can, do. Those who can't, teach. And that's like extra true for like snowboard instructors. I mean, university is all about teaching you how to learn, which I think has value. But yes, you're going to get some really shit instructors. Because if they could, they'd be making the money doing the thing rather than teaching people how to do the thing. The best instructors I ever had, actually, were actually employed devs that decided to like moonlight and do a teaching class. My database design class and my JavaScript class were the best instructors I had at my 2-year degree, and they were part-timers. That's a thing. Yeah, I actually knew someone at the ski resort I used to work at. They used to work in tech. And then they went and worked at the ski resort because they made enough money to survive. And then they had enough money to just like do stuff. And is snowboarding a euphemism? No, I mean literally snowboarding. Snowboard instructors fucking suck. They're like the absolute worst people to learn from. Like the absolute worst. I have yet to see a snowboard instructor actually like ride park with good style. I've yet to see it. Now, keep in mind, like at Mount Hood during the summer, you got Windell's and High Cascade. Yeah, the instructors there, yeah, half of them are like amateur or pro snowboarders, right? They fucking kill it. But that is like the best of the best in like all of the world. But they're still not going to get like Torstein. They're not going to get Travis Rice. You know, they're going to get people who are barely making ends meet as a professional snowboarder. Because those who can, do. And those who can't, teach. Yeah, I didn't come up with it. It's a famous saying. Like it's existed for decades. But it's as true as it ever was. It's referenced in School of Rock. Yeah, makes sense. Yep, I get it. And then, yeah, real quick, hold on. Code spent. As a GameStop investor, you teach others the art of trading. Yes, exactly. I hang out in Wall Street bets, too. Whatever they say, I do the opposite. That's a really good lesson to learn. There you go, Keck. Yes, those who can do, those who can't teach, and those who can't teach phys ed. That's the full quote. That's the full quote. Sourced and sold. Are you jacked? Are you jacked to the tits? Yeah, I never expected Pretty Boy to actually have such good like comedic chops. But he's delivered some really, really good comedic lines in a bunch of films he's been in. Right? Big Short, dude, so fucking good. What's the one where it's him and Russell Crowe in like 70s or 80s Hollywood? I think it's 70s. Or it's not even Hollywood. It's just like they're 70s like detectives. I think they're more like in Detroit or something, right? Because it's like an automotive industry film. Nah, that's fine, sourced and sold. You do sometimes wonder what it's like doing a normal job where your brain is able to go AFK. Have you never worked a job like that? I've talked to some people in tech who have a really cool perspective, right? Like their kids have to work two service industry jobs. At least one has to be retail and the other has to be food service. I think you learn a lot about human nature and the real world working a job like that. So much so that, yes, I would impose a similar rule on all my kids if I ever have any either. Right? Like, dude, you gotta work service industry. Should you do it forever? Nah, man. But I did that kind of shit for 10 years, man. Oh, you did demolition? Oh, that sounds fun. So you are the demolition man. Spacely Sprockets here wants to take me to Taco Bell. But yeah, no, I do think working some kind of like service industry or like menial labor job is absolutely necessary. But again, I have like that's what I did for 10 years after high school. So I have a biased opinion. So maybe I'm wrong. But yes, I've been a dishwasher, I've been a busser, I've been a server, I've been a pantry chef, I've been a line cook, I've been a janitor, and then I've been a terrain park ranger, is what they called us. Like, I've done a bunch of, you know, menial jobs, but it's hugely valuable. Like, I think everyone should probably work a job like that at some point because it gives you perspective and it makes you less of a dick, you know? Like the worst people as far as like food service go have never worked food service. Right? Everyone needs to work food service at least at some point in their life to understand they need to treat food service people better. Food service in America is fucked. Eh, I got paid enough. It was all right. That's up to you, but honestly, that's what I'm saying. When you've been broke and you're relying on those tips, that is a bit of the perspective I'm talking about, you know? Yeah, you will not be tipping because you haven't worked food service here. But if you had, you'd be tipping. Like, don't tip for bad service. I totally get that. Myself, I'll still tip 10%, but if I give someone a 10% tip, ooh, that's basically like me spitting in your face without me spitting in your face. But that's a US thing. If you killed it, you're getting 30% at least. There's that. Hold on. There's a fun quote. You guys ever seen the movie The Pest? It's like early John Leguizamo. There's a bit where he dresses up as like an Asian businessman just to like hide from the Scottish mob. I didn't know there was a Scottish mob. It's one of the jokes in the film. And he's like hiding, and then he's doing some karaoke or something, and he in the most stereotypical, like kind of terrible accent. Someone's like holding out their hand. And he's like, someone lets him know, like they're asking for a tip. He's like, "Oh, you want a tip? You buy Honda stock." And then like I don't know, right? Like it's one of the most offensive versions of that. But I kind of see what you're saying with the, "Oh, you want a tip? Don't ask me for a tip." Right? You want a tip? Buy Honda stock. Now, it was done in a very stereotypical, like early 2000s kind of like still kind of racist vibe, which was like kind of acceptable at the time, but not. But it's still like, I don't know. That's my favorite pop culture version of not tipping someone, but giving them like an advice tip. We were talking about this earlier. I don't mind a terrible film as long as it seems like the film knows it's terrible. And The Pest is one of those films. Honestly, I kind of want to do it as a joke at some point. Like, you know, you do the credit card thing and you don't leave a tip and it's 0, and they're like, hey man, what about a tip? And then you're like, don't go kayaking on a waning moon. Right? Like, you just give them some like crazy like horoscope bullshit, but then you still have like a cash tip under your plate or something. So at least you're not like stiffing them, but you get the joke a little. Like, that would be kind of fun. Yeah, exactly, right? I know. But wouldn't it feel really good the moment that you saw, like, oh shit, no, he actually tipped me in cash? That's actually funny now. Okay, I get it. Okay, that's funny now. I get it. Because lobbying is a major problem with the U.S. political system. That's why it's sourced and sold. I don't care, Keck. You can yell at me all you want. The moment you see that, you're going to have a moment and be like, damn it, they got me. Or the busser's going to get that money because you don't deserve it. Tip only happens after you've eaten. You should never tip before you get your food. Yeah, like, counter service is bullshit. Like, tipping at counter service before your food's even arrived is bullshit. I still do it, but it's not the way it should work. A tip should be a recognition of good service. And like I said, even when I get shit service, I'll still tip 10%. But if you get only 10% from me, besides like maybe a drink or something, that's me basically saying fuck you. Like, if I tip less than 20%, that's me saying fuck you without actually saying it. Yes, I understand that, McCory. There are places that will ask you for a tip when it's fucking bullshit. Like, fucking bullshit. And, like, the biggest part is, like, I want to tip the back of the house, too. Like, I don't want my tip just to go to the server. The server only did a quarter to a half of the work. My tip should go to the kitchen, too. Yeah, exactly, McCory. Like, that one, I don't mind. Like, yeah, dude, fuck that. Yeah. Someone poured you a beer, and the beer costs $12? Dude, you poured a single beer. $1 or two is fine. Right? That's where I was, like, having the caveat. Like, if I'm tipping 10%, if it's more than just, like, a single beer that you poured, then yeah, like, 10%'s an insult. But $1 on like an $8 to $10 beer? Come on, man. The amount of time that took you and the value you got out of it, you could pour a shitload of those an hour and you're making like $100 an hour, you know? Self-checkouts, we're asking for a tip? Yeah, I mean, I'd just put 0 on that. I will say that's similar to like when you go to a grocery store and they're like, would you like to round up for charity? Never do that. Because that's just the company padding their fucking like tax shit. because they get to claim that as a donation versus you claiming that as a donation. If you want to support some fucking like charity, donate directly to the charity. Never round up at some fucking mega corporation. Hell no. Hell no. And they rarely even pick charities that are like good about their money. Right? You're probably better off donating to a local food bank than like donating to like the Red Cross or some shit. I think the Red Cross is actually one of the bad ones, but I'd have to look at the numbers. Like they spend more time setting up donation and like fundraisers than they actually spend in like providing the service, you know? I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's a Saturday stream. We can chat about whatever we want. We get to the code when we can. I think it ended up starting from like me talking shit about Mark Liu. He might be a really good dude and like he might be really awesome. I'm not talking shit about him the person. I'm talking shit about the content that he makes. And the content he makes is about selling services that teach you how to do a thing that he's not actually even that good at. But again, he seems like a really good dude. This is not a personal attack. I don't like the idea of someone selling a service when they're not even that successful themselves. I mean, I might throw MRR under my bio if I ever make any money. That's a big if. What does Mark Liu do? He sells a course and he sells a boilerplate. He sells a boilerplate to launch a business quickly, and he sells a course about how to create businesses. And those are his two most successful businesses. That's a fucking problem. Because if he was actually good at business, he'd just make money doing the business. You know? It's like real estate agents that sell you a thing, right? Like sell you a course on how to be a good real estate agent. If they were good real estate agents, they wouldn't need to teach you and sell you that course because they'd be making money as real estate agents. They'd be making fuck you money if they were that good. So it's almost like you should not listen to anybody selling a course like that. The moment they do that is the moment you should start ignoring everything they say. They just want to help people. Wink. Same with investors. I mean, hey, there will be no shit-talking investors here. As a person looking for investment. Shh. Take it easy, man. What are you trying to do to me, Keck? Sorry, no, Code Shutter. Sorry, what are you trying to do to me, Code Shutter? There you go, Source and Sold. URVC, I will not be getting any funding. Fuck. You see what you did? This is all your fault, Code Shutter. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm like, come on, take it easy. Shit. Yeah, hopefully that bubble pops and it's about like actual business at some point, McCory. But yeah, let me get more music going. Apply for grants? I don't like the grant thing because any company that becomes dependent on grants becomes a company that you start specializing in writing grants. Nah, I don't like that idea. You're riding this bubble on 3 jobs. When it pops, you'll retire? Sure. Bedro, is it okay if you ask chat to hammer your site? I'd say it's fine. Yeah. It's interesting, sourced and sold, that got held back. I had to specifically allow the word shill. Damn, I got to do it again. Yeah, double auto modded. Take it easy, man. Now, and I get it, sourced and sold. Like, I'm not asking for money from you, but would you ever be willing to evaluate my pitch deck? Which I don't have one yet, but I'll make one. I don't know, man. Like, I know nothing about it. Like, I can make a good, like, slide presentation, you know? I wonder how much that skill transfers. Wait, so what are you screenshotting there? A Keck. What's the issue with what they did there? Go to Kimmy and go to presentation mode and it can make a thing? Okay. I haven't used Kimmy at all. There's a presentation mode? Oh, it's like the researcher versus whatever, so I gotta like log in for it, right? Oh, I see what you're saying there, Keck. Okay, yeah, no, I get that. The dot not being centered on the bar? Okay. Yeah, I might have missed it. Hold on, let me look. I don't think that's a problem. Just make it bigger. Okay, so, Bedro, you're getting a bunch of feedback. There you go, man. Whatever. All right, you're welcome. It has OK Computer, which is arguably better than Manus. OK Computer, like the Radiohead album? Yeah, like that's their best album. I get that, sure. It's like agent mode, but free. No, I get it. I'll check it out. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Damn, Bedro, you asked for it, right? You wanted it, you got it. Toyota. That is such an old school reference, by the way. Who here's old enough to remember those Toyota commercials? You wanted it, you got it. 70% off, blah, blah, blah. Toyota, like, it's not 70%. I forget what the commercials were. They made a joke referencing that in the movie Forget Paris, where Billy Crystal's like driving like the father-in-law or whatever, and it's played by like the stereotypical little old man from every 90s movie you've ever seen. And he's sitting there like reading everything he sees, and he keeps seeing these like billboards. Like he reads every billboard he sees. He's like, you wanted it? You got it. Toyota. And he just keeps like saying it over and over again. You wanted it, you got it, Toyota. I don't know. It's like the one thing I remember the most from the movie Forget Paris. Basically, I watched every basketball movie that ever came out during the 90s and early 2000s because I was a big fan of basketball. But you wanted it, you got it, Toyota. You wanted it. You got it, Toyota. Hold on, real quick. You guys remember that voice I just made? Did I do it? Did I nail the actor? Forget Paris. William Hickey, this dude. You wanted it, you got it, Toyota. Right? Did I nail it? I think I nailed it. I might even get copy striked for that one. I think I nailed it on the voice. All right, so let's go back to thinking about how the chat process works and how the responses stream in and how we like pass that through. Are there callbacks that we're going to need? What is today's goal? We're building a wrapper around WebLLM. So WebLLM is a way of running LLM stuff in your browser using WebGPU, but there does not exist a React hook for that. So you're not going to be able to get like re-render logic happening properly unless you wire that up yourself. I want to build a library, right? Like use WebLLM that allows you to hook into that stuff. And that's my main goal because I'm going to have to do that for my thing anyway. But I also think use WebLLM could be a good basis for a talk at like React Miami or some shit. Right? Right? Big brain. So even then, well, what about at ViewConf? What about at, I don't know, some Solid.js conference? Maybe, maybe not. I plan on, so the basis for me wanting to do this is if we go to Masijo and we look at the word, like we've got a keyword for like agent, right? Like agents and flow or something, right? We end up seeing that magenta is matching for the word agent. And I'm pretty sure flow is in flowers, right? So this is a false positive. Could I use an LLM based upon a prompt from the user to identify and hide the false positives? And then maybe rank the posts and maybe even identify parts about these like events. So could someone create multiple agents, or not agents, but like something within my app? I haven't come up with a word for it yet, like lenses. I don't know. I don't have a proper word for it yet, branding wise, but it's a way of looking at your feed for keywords and all the events and filtering them and ranking them in some way, right? Would that have value? And I think so, right? It's something I want to build, but I don't want to bootstrap some China AI or whatever, right? Like, I do not want to pay for a service to do any of that shit, man. I want to run this on the user's device to prove out if the feature I'm building is even worth it, and then not be vulnerable to some asshole doing some, like, prompt injection bullshit that just repurposes my AI calls for whatever bullshit they want to do. And yet, re-ranker, whatever. Like, I get that sourced and sold. I'm not at that point yet. We're just doing the WebLLM thing because that is what is available to us. Eventually, could I get other models into WebLLM? Maybe. But right now, we're going to use what's built in with just custom prompting. Because that is the right iterative flow of proving this idea. Figuring out how to run re-ranker in the browser? Nah, man, that's not a good use of my time. Would the user's keywords be expected to filter out magenta by default? It's not necessarily that. Like, you could easily add logic to the keyword, right? So if we consider agent and flow, which is the one that had that false positive we just saw, and we go and edit, right? Could we have theoretically added another keyword to get rid of the word magenta? Right? We could add a negative match for the word magenta and we're good. Absolutely. Like, we can do that, but that is not scalable. Like, how many other things? No. Reddit's just a soon. It doesn't exist yet. No. Reddit's a soon that you can't actually turn on. Nope. Sorry. That's just like a quick teaser. And that's been there for ages, man. You haven't even used the product and you're sitting there trying to, like, lord it over me like you'd use it if. You haven't even tried it. Shit. You could look for an exact match, but that's actually not what I'm looking for, right? I want the word agent, right, without the full word match to match the word agentic, right? So I don't want full word matching here. And instead, I want to identify things that just don't simply match the intent of why I created these keywords. I still want to match on those keywords as the fire hose comes in. But then after we've got the events, we can start doing like ranking and other things to filter better after. But I don't want to be doing the filtering at the moment that the events come in because number one, that's too costly. And number two, like WebLLM can run on the device. And I don't pay for that whatsoever. Am I certain on using WebLLM? I think so. At least to prove out the idea, and eventually I could pivot. But as far as proving the idea, I do not want to pay for some open router shit that can just run away on me budget-wise. This is a bootstrapped project. Nah, man. Just no. I am not going to pay for some runaway LLM token bullshit. Fuck no. Yeah, exactly, McCory. Context aware. Like you could, and it's not even that. Like you have keywords, and you may want to take this agent flow keyword, right? And have multiple lenses at which you evaluate it. So one might be a lens. Well, agent flow, are they looking for feedback? Sure. Are they reporting a bug? Sure. And then maybe you could even like automate responses and shit. They're like, the idea is I want to have these things be so like plug and playable that the listening for shit from the fire hose is its own part of the flow. And the next part of the flow is evaluating each event based upon the lens that you care about. But the same event could be passed through multiple lenses, right? But I don't want to like duplicate that shit in my database. Some of this doesn't even have to be database driven. Really, Keck? That's fucking cool, actually. I'm not trying to automate you out of a job. I'm trying to take the bullshit part of your job away from you so that you can focus on better parts of your job. Like, I'm not trying to take your job. I'm trying to, like, take the bullshit part of your job away. And then that frees you up to do the part that's probably more fun. And I think what I'm getting at, and the way that I'm thinking about how to build this and repurpose stuff and like the flow of these things together, I understand that, Source and Soul. You care about getting shit done. I totally get it. What I'm trying to do is give you a tool that helps you get that shit done. It's smart, but it's not fast. I think some of it is as fast as you need it to be based upon the lens that you apply. The keywords right now is not a good thing. Like right now, just an event as the keywords come in, that's not nearly as useful. Anyone can do that part. I need to add other value. You would just go the API route. I mean, we have webhooks if you want to do that. Again, Sourced and Sold, you haven't even used the product. So I would say your feedback is not as good as it could be because you're not even looking, man. You can set up a webhook if you just want the raw events. And eventually I could create a public API if you need it. But how much do you want to cater to users that aren't even willing to pay you for the baseline? I got to really consider what would make my job easier before I care about your job. Making a whole library to do advanced filtering when you could funnel this through an API, which would be good. What API are you talking about? Like, seriously, I'm asking you. What API are you talking about? Does it exist, or is it something I'd have to build? Nah, man, I'm not going to do any API I got to pay for. Fuck that. Because the APIs still don't prove the point that I need to do. I'm not going to let some runaway open router shit happen. I am bootstrapped. Every single thing I do with this app comes out of my pocket. If I had funding, there's all sorts of stuff I could do, but I don't. And I need to get users that are willing to pay for a service I'm building before I'm willing to pay for other services. Sorry, like, nah, man. This is not some VC funding shit. This is bootstrapping. And there are other concerns. And even then, I would say, if I went the VC route, recognizing how much that shit would eat into my runway still has value. And once I've built this shit with WebLLM, that means that I can pivot to using an API really easily because the feature I'm building doesn't care where the inference is coming from. So once I build the features for this app, I can farm that out to APIs when the feature that I've built actually solves a problem. Until then, why would I pay out of my own pocket for that when I could just let the user do that on their machine? That's fine. This is my startup. I have to think about cost-benefit analysis. How much of it is worth me paying some third party versus building something that proves out a feature first? Like, I don't know, man. I got to really think about this from a business perspective. I could throw money at it if it wasn't my money. But even then, I would hope that my investors would recognize that I'm not willing to throw their money at some random fucking problem either. I need to prove the solution to a problem first. And how do I do that with the best like recognition of how much that eats into my runway? I could be wrong. I'm not a big business person yet. I haven't had a successful SaaS, so I could be totally wrong on this shit. But I do know how much money I have to throw at this. Yeah. Like, I just... The number one thing is think about the abuse factor. How easy would it be for someone to hijack that shit and blow up your bill? Yeah. And I totally get that sourced. I think scraping is not cheap either. And then, so, what you currently work on is a slightly further along version of what I'm doing and pulls in 100K a month, so I'm 100% on track and I'm doing it solo. Yeah, exactly. I think there is an absolute business where I could be like, I can live comfortably with how I'm building it, and eventually could I turn it into a bigger business where I get to pay other people to help me build it too. And that'll be cool eventually. Yeah, right? That's all I'm getting at. I have to approach this from a slightly more grounded perspective than someone who just got 3 mil and decides to spend 1.8 mil on a domain name. Friend.com, right? I'm not going to spend 1.8 mil on a domain name. If we extrapolate that and consider it the same, like, problem, I'm not going to spend 100K on some API bullshit, you know? And yeah, LinkedIn, Reddit, these are all things I absolutely want to do, but I think the way they lock down their APIs, I would need VC funding to make that happen. So instead, I need to prove out the business and get recurring revenue other ways. I need to make this valuable enough for the platforms that I am on before it's even worth considering other platforms. Phantom Buster? No. Again, that sounds to me like one of those things you were talking about yesterday, scraping-wise, where it like funnels like proxies and sessions and bullshit like that. No, I'm not going to do that. I refuse. If I can't run this business ethically, I don't want to do it. It's as simple as that. So, let me go pee. I'll be right back. If I can't run any business ethically, I don't want to do it. Like, seriously, hold on. And this quote just came to mind. And it's not even a quote, but it's like my mentality so far. I can live with being a failure. I can absolutely live with being a failure. I cannot live with being a sleazeball. right? At some point, you got to draw a line in the sand somewhere. That is my line in the sand. I could live with being a failure because I didn't decide to be a sleazeball. I could not live with myself if the business I built was built on shady practices. You know? And that's really what separates us from the Larry Ellisons, from the Jeff Bezos of the world. I'm okay. I don't need to hit that level. I just want to be sustainable. Fuck me, right? What is sustainable? Something that pays me the salary I'm making right now. Because the salary I have right now is totally sustainable. And I'll even say that number. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm pretty much an open book. Most people know that. I make $167K a year. If I could get anywhere near that with my own business, even lower than that, like at 120K, I could move to the mountains. No, that's pre-tax. I'm just talking like what my salary is. I believe the only people that benefit from us not talking about salary are the businesses paying us. Employees don't benefit. Yeah, I live in Seattle, so it's not like I'm raking it in. I can move a couple hours away to like the boonies and I'd be like killing it, you know? Yeah, right? I believe this could easily be like if I'm like still bootstrapped and it's just me working on it, this could be a 200 to 300K a year business. And I'd be fine with that. But I also think with some VC funding and platforms like Reddit, LinkedIn, Hacker News, it could become like a few mil a year business or more. Like it could go to the moon. It could get acquired for tens of millions. No, I'm not running ads. What part of like bootstrapped are you not hearing? No, I'm not running any ads. Zero. None. I will eventually, sure, but I'd like to be funded before I do so. I'd rather go product-led growth. And I think I get enough people watching stream. I have enough reach on social media. I mean, when we say 58 teams, I don't know, maybe this is like doxing a bit too much, but I mean, some of these teams are bullshit. Test 2. You know, like a bunch of viewers and shit. Testing, right? Testes, 1, 2, 3. So 58 teams is a little bit of a fuzzy term. And the fact that you're required to create a team to sign up does skew that number a little. But I still think, yeah, man, I've gotten that much usage. I have people who are like dedicated QA testers just because they like hanging out. There is magic and value in just like building in public like this. So, yeah, I don't know. Like at least 4 or 5 of the teams are mine. Like maybe 1 for work, 2 for work actually. But you know what? It's still solving problems that I have, that work has, that I think other people have, to where eventually people might pay for it. I don't have any actual revenue. Now, that said, I haven't actually tested the public payment. So maybe someone's tried and hasn't been able to use it. So I do need to actually just like sign up from my own personal account or something. I could have a major bug in my billing right now, and I'm fucking up. You know. Notch was a mutual friend. Yeah, you never know who's watching. Exactly. And I feel like I've burnt some bridges because you never know who's watching, and I've been a jerk. I get it. I feel like I've gotten better, but I still got my moments. But like seriously, sourced and sold. Do you remember Jamie Pine? That dude's launched 2 businesses just from being in the public eye and like building in public. He did Notify Me. He then did Space Drive. I think Space Drive's amazing. Is Jamie Pine the person you were referencing, or are you being a dick about it? Yeah, no, Jamie's great. Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, Jamie's awesome, man. I will say I'm a little upset with him because he rated me at one point and I kind of needed a job. And he's like, dude, you should totally apply. And then like a month or 2 later, I did apply. And I got like the most generic canned denial response that I've ever seen. That was so shitty, dude. That was fucking mean. Like you wouldn't do that to someone that you actually care about talking to ever again. So, man. Yeah, dude, like I will say I'm still a little upset at Jamie because of that. Like he rated me, I mentioned I was looking. Yeah, sure, I waited a month or 2. But when I finally applied, I got the absolute most generic bullshit denial. It put a really bad taste in my mouth. They were looking for a front-end engineer. And it wasn't even like a really good pay rate. It was like $120K a year. Like, it was meh as far as salary goes. But I would have been happy to work with that team because there were brilliant people working on it, and I believed in what the product is. I think Space Drive is still really fucking cool. And I still like Jamie. Let me put it that way. Like, it didn't sour me enough that I think he's a bad person. I just think he's kind of a shit businessman. Because he doesn't understand that relationships matter more. But I don't know, man. Whatever. I'd be happy to bury the hatchet at some point. I still think Jamie's cool. I'm still a fan. It's just I just got the ick just a little bit from that interaction. Yeah, I understand that. Like, we don't know each other that well. But yes, I understand, like, hiring a friend is tough. Yeah. Like, hiring anyone that you're even, like, close to in any way. Like, even just, like, co-streamer shit. That's tough. Dude, that's tough. So, no, I get it. Yeah, no. It's not Jamie's fault. He's still awesome. Let me put it that way. There was, like, one thing where it's like, he told me to apply. And then it was just that, like, canned bullshit response that was just shitty, you know? Like, just don't tell me to apply, man. Like, I don't know. It's so easy. He could have just not said that. I don't know. Yeah, I get it. No, I would not employ a friend either. I probably waited too long. That was another big bit. Sure. But the posting was still live. They were still looking for people. If a month, maybe 2 months of me waiting is the difference between he had the runway and not, damn, that's a failing business. So maybe I dodged a bullet. If just 2 months is the difference between we have the runway and we don't, ooh, that's fucked. My interest? I don't know. Even then, if it was about that, wouldn't you send like a proper response instead of just some like canned bullshit denial? Dude, it seemed very copy and paste to me. The denial came from his email account. No, I think Space Drive is another failed business at this point. Because they should have been monetizing a year ago, like 2 years ago. They should have been focusing on how to monetize, not building the tech. That's like the biggest failure I've heard from most startups. They focus on the tech too much. GitKraken acquired a company where it seems like they spent the majority of their R&D budget on like testing and writing like really robust like unit tests and shit. And we were able to acquire them for peanuts. So that's where it really comes down. Like, it doesn't matter how good your engineering is if you're not thinking about the business. Which is why I am focusing on my bottom line with the WebLLM wrapper I'm building, right? It doesn't matter how good my tech is. It doesn't matter what services I'm wired up to. If I can't prove an idea with maybe a somewhat worse user experience of having to download the model and run that locally, if the feature I'm building that uses that isn't actually solving the problem, it doesn't matter if I hit some third-party service for it or not. It was obviously the wrong feature or the wrong solution for that problem, you know? And yeah, Chronic, I would say almost every dev that I know that used to work there is working elsewhere now. Now, I understand marketing's everything, but I want to build a product that solves a problem. And whether I do or don't, that's up to me. But budget should never be the issue for that. Yeah, and I think I am, but there's still like parts of the problem, right? Like the false positives. We've got 1,200 messages here, and we don't really have any way of knowing if any of these are relevant towards a lens that I want to look at it through. No, and I get that. What I'm saying is, yes, keyword listening is a problem to solve. And I think I'm solving that part already. But then there's the problem of, still, this is a fire hose of bullshit, you know? No, so Keck, this fire hose sucks. Like, I would challenge you to use this. Like, I'm currently using this. And I am recognizing a pain point that I have to use this data for work stuff. So I've already identified a pain point. I would bet money that other users have the same pain point, but they're just not reporting it. Because maybe I don't have the right place for them to recommend that, hey, there's too much bullshit. It's like, right? This is the software as a service version of that I Think You Should Leave episode where dude's like, there's too much shit on me. Oh, there's too much shit on me. I just don't want to be here anymore. You mean like in the mall there or like in general? I don't know. I don't know. There's too much shit on me. This right here. 1,200 events. There's too much shit on me. And I want to filter this in some way, you know? Like Keck, no, that's actually wrong. I want the word agent to match agentic. Like, it's too much shit. This has become its own haystack. We need, like, the message that is worth your time to respond to is a needle. And we have to shrink that haystack. So I'm not necessarily looking at it as a sprint. We have done a pivot to an open source WebLLM wrapper because that benefits me outside of just this product. If I could build the WebLLM wrapper library for other frameworks and stuff, that just establishes me as like a larger voice. And the larger my voice, the more people I can bring into the product I'm building, right? I consider those things majorly like symbiotic. The more I build my brand is the more that I have an audience to talk to, like, to show that brand to, you know? So hold on. Couldn't you make a dictionary of expanded words and pair them? I don't need to do that. If I just target the word agent, right? Like agent flow, then I can match on agents. I can match on agentic, right? Like I'm already doing that. We're already solving that problem by doing partial keyword matching. But we still need to filter out the false positives like magenta. No matter what, you're going to run into this problem. Like, I could match agentic directly. There's still use cases where agentic doesn't matter. You pair for relevancy. That's what we can use the LLM for. Look at it this way, Keck. It's either I educate the users on how to do the right kind of keyword thing, or I let them just filter the fire hose of every post down to a smaller fire hose, and then they filter that fire hose further based upon intent. And yeah, thirsty gnomes. We might be able to do that. That's an option too. Sure. But in this case, I don't actually want only agent. I want agent end flow and agentic end flow, and they're not actually weighted differently. They're both just as valuable as each other, right? So I don't think that's actually worthwhile. Because to me, for exactly what I'm looking for work, agent flow and agentic flow are equally weighted. So it comes down to, is it worth educating the user and helping them figure that out? People aren't going to click and watch that shit. Instead, yeah, they're going to run into the problem of they got too much shit. There's too much shit on them. How do they then filter that down in a way that makes them able to accomplish a specific goal? And maybe they have two goals for why they have this keyword pairing, right? Agent flow, maybe there's one that's, well, are they looking for help? Or are they a power user and we're looking to engage them for user interviews? These are two totally separate lenses on the same fire hose. I really think the lens approach is hugely valuable. Maybe Keck, but this tool could also be used for support requests. Someone makes a comment about GitLens, right? Just the keyword GitLens, and then I could put a lens on it for support. Oh, does this person need support, but they forgot to tag the brand? And then I could even like automate a response. Are you seeing where I'm going? Like, and you don't have to. But that's why I'm building this product, because I have a vision for this product that you guys don't have to have an insight into, but understand that I have a vision, and I'm going to build towards that vision. And I would say that you guys are approaching it from what you're wanting out of it, sure, but I need to solve more than just your problem. There are products already that solve the specific problem you're looking for. Mention.com. Just go for it. Yeah, just use that. Raw dogging the code? I don't know what you mean by that. Like you're saying I'm not vibe coding this, but I am using SuperMaven. I'm using autocompletion. You think there's a keep it simple solution. I think the keep it simple is actually lenses. But no, I'm not vibe coding. I need to be able to debug this shit. And I think the hard part is not the coding part. The hard part is thinking about what to build. I don't think LLMs actually help you with that problem properly. And again, I could be totally wrong and I might be a failure. I can live with that. I think I specifically need the practice of thinking through these problems and how to solve them, because the more I do it, the better I'll get at it. And maybe this project ends up being another failure, but the next one I do benefits from actually doing the process, you know? No. I'm not being negative. I'm just saying, like, I'm realistic. I'm a pragmatist. Shit will fail, whether this one succeeds or fails or not. I'm okay with that, because I still need the practice of finding a problem, figuring out a way to solve it, and applying my learned experience to it to solve it in a way that other companies aren't. I totally understand that. I am currently one of my own users, and I'm building a feature for myself as a user. At the end of the day, if I'm the only person that uses this, I still need it to do a thing that I need it to do. And yeah, maybe that's a problem. I'll at least solve one user's problem. I think that's a big thing that, like, when you look at some of these startups, they don't use their own product. Like, look at any software company. They don't use their own product. The people that build our CLI tool at GetKragen, they don't use the CLI. There are so many businesses that work that way. By properly dogfooding my own product, I'm already ahead of the game. And I don't mean that negatively. Like, they're really good devs. They're awesome. But they're not using it. They don't recognize that a lack of autocompletion is a major fucking problem. I'm going to just say Vozen. Is that something we could do eventually? Maybe, but it's not something we're doing right now. And I would say that's a major edge case compared to Reddit and Twitter and other platforms and LinkedIn, whatever. Right? Individual web pages and comments? Doable, but for those, I'm going to need a paying customer first that requests it. I don't think that's a big enough opportunity. Yeah, for sure. Like, I totally get that sourced and sold, and I appreciate that. Like, no, I like the approach I'm taking, and this is the fun part, you know? Thinking about a problem and putting your big brain to work against it. Does it mean you're going to make the right choice every time? No, but that's the fun part. And I don't want some LLM to take that part away from me. No. There's a reason I got into dev. And I don't know if you guys know this, I'm an ideas guy. I'm a fucking ideas guy that knew at least 20 years ago that I couldn't pay someone to build my ideas for me. But could I figure out how to build them myself? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Because I got that mentality, right? So yeah, I'm an ideas guy. Like, have you seen my Trello board? Oh, I'm going to have to log in. Have you seen my Trello board, Sourced and Sold? I got too much shit to build. Right? I got too much shit to build. There's too much shit on me. Yeah, man. I'm an ideas guy. I got ideas for days, dude. There's too much shit on me. So that's what I'm getting at, right? This is just one idea of many, and I'm going to build it, and I'm going to see if I can do it, and I'll probably fuck up. That's okay, man. The more you fuck up, the more you're willing to fuck up. Because, yeah, it's actually not so bad if you don't succeed. No, Keck, I bet you have ideas all the time. The reason that board is as big as it is because every idea goes in there. What I am willing to bet, Keck, is that you have ideas all the time, but you're applying the critical thinking to those ideas the moment you have them. And you should not be doing that. Brainstorming and critical thinking are completely separate things, and the moment you mix them, you're fucking up. Every idea goes into the Trello board of the backlog. And then critical thinking is how you prioritize the other stuff you're doing. But everything goes into a ticket. Everything goes onto the Trello board. If you apply that, I would bet you have a shitload of ideas. But you're not giving them time to grow. Right? One shit idea, like the one I'm building right now. I built this project because I just wanted to like build something around the Blue Sky fire hose and then maybe start dog fooding the token-based, like usage-based billing service I'm building called Walter that we're going to rename eventually. This was just meant to be a thing that I was dog fooding another project for, but now it's actually become my main project because I think it has some real legs. No matter what, like having an idea, it's a seed. And you got to plant that seed and just let it grow. But if you just try and let it grow in your head, there's only so many seeds that can grow at the same time in your head. And eventually, another one's going to push the other out. Have I tried to use AI? No, I just use I. Because that's the fun part. It does. You're definitely missing it. It says it in two places. There's the thing here, and then there's the thing here. Platforms I support is here on the left. Notification mechanisms is here on the right. Now, could I do it better? Absolutely. I want to get a frequently asked questions and all sorts of shit. But marketing content has taken a backseat to making sure I'm solving the right problem. And that's okay. Again, Keck, I totally get it. There's a lot I need to do for the marketing site. But I'm just one dude. I'm just one dude. I got to prioritize, is marketing site stuff better than actual platform stuff? Because I personally believe, and yes, it's lobsters, I personally believe that the person who launches the site and knows what these things mean and goes in and tries to listen for stuff, and they just get this like haystack that they don't want to deal with, that person might be lost forever. Whereas the person that doesn't know what lobster stands for, well, yeah, I still have a chance to educate them and bring them into the fold later. Oh, I mean, it's bullshit. It's just from Magic UI. Like, nah, it's easy, man. Like, yeah, check out Magic UI. There's also another, it's like React something. Anyone remember what that one is? Shit. Is it React Bricks? No, I'm not using Clerk. Fuck no, dude. OAuth is so easy. Dude, OAuth is so fucking easy. I'm not gonna pay some middleman for OAuth bullshit. Dude, OAuth is a single endpoint in your application and a bit of like front end logic for routing that. No, I refuse to pay for an auth service like that, which is why someone actually approached me from Stitch, and it was very tempting, but it's not a service I would ever use myself. Because OAuth is fucking easy, dude. And then Clerk is like a step even further. Like, dude, you mean you want to like maintain my user table and permissions? Fuck that. Ugh. Fuck that, dude. No. No. You mean I'm going to have to make a round trip to your servers over the entire fucking internet just to check if users allowed to access this thing? Fuck that. Hell no. No, I think auth as a service is a really, really bad business. But they've done a really good job of gaslighting people into thinking that they can't do it. I think auth as a service is a shit business. Isn't the idea for software as a service to shift blame? I guess. It's to launch quicker. I understand that. I still think it's bad business. Like, I'm using OAuth. I'm already shifting the blame. You know? Like, OAuth. It's easy. And then you're just relying on them as a server, and you're done. Like, that's so fucking easy. I guess maybe because I'm a streamer and I build so many projects that I've done OAuth too many fucking times to where it's second nature. And maybe I'm just not the target market for that. I can understand that. UberAuth is fine, but honestly, UberAuth is actually like an abstraction you don't need anymore either. When I built StreamParrot, I did use UberAuth. For this, no, I'm not using UberAuth. Fuck that shit. Why? Why? I don't need an abstraction for that. It's a single fucking endpoint. It's actually really fucking straightforward with a little bit of an abstraction. You can build that yourself. I don't think UberAuth is actually worth it anymore. And I say this as the person that built the UberAuth Twitch implementation, or at least for the time being. Yeah, I made that, man. Is it still a thing? Hold on. UberAuth strategy Twitch. Hold on. How do we get to the GitHub? Yeah, hold on. Let me just do it this way. I'm pretty sure it's on CM Griffing. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I fucking published it. Like, I absolutely made the UberAuth Twitch implementation. 10 years ago, 6 years ago, 5 years ago. Maybe there's another. But I'm almost positive this is the one that's like linked on that Hexdocs thing. Yeah, like I left some bullshit in there because, dude, I don't care. I just used it for my own thing. So I don't know if it's like the most popular UberAuth Twitch implementation, but it's at least one of them. And I did that fucking ages ago, dude. But I don't think this is a good pattern anymore. So yeah, hold on. What would be my OAuth 2 provider then? I'm not making a provider. I'm a consumer. Like, nah, like Peer Factor. I'm a consumer. I'm just letting people log in with OAuth 2 from other places. So if we look at Masijo, like I can log out if you want. Right? I'm currently supporting Google, Microsoft, and GitHub. And then, yeah, if you want to do email, I'm doing like the magic link shit. But I'd prefer if you just did Google, Microsoft, or GitHub. But it's just OAuth 2. Like, as a consumer, no, I don't need to do Keycloak and all that shit. I'm not going to make Masijo a fucking OAuth 2 provider. That's a terrible idea. Fuck that. Like, yeah. So, no, Keycloak is magic. It's really cool, but it doesn't apply to what I'm doing yet. And the moment that I need to do, like, SAML and some of that, like, other enterprise kind of bullshit, well, yeah, I might look at Keycloak. But we're not there yet, man. And it would be a waste of time to do so. So yeah, does that help? And I'm sorry if it seems like I'm combative. I got the whiskey in me. But I argue emphatically. And this isn't even an argument, but I'm making my points a little more emphatically than I should. No, you should not be sorry. If you feel like you should be saying sorry, that's on me, because I got the whiskey in me. I'm a little like, eh. But yeah, like OAuth is easy as a consumer. If you want to do your own OAuth provider, I don't fucking know. I've never done that. I don't plan on doing that. I never plan on doing that. Now, take it easy, Source and Soul. Like, really? Yes, I got the whiskey in me, but is whiskey me really that different from regular me? I don't think it is. Even without the whiskey, I would make statements for effect. I'm not approaching SSO from like an enterprise standpoint yet. And that would be like SAML. That would be like Active Directory type shit. I'm not approaching that yet. That is a problem that I will happily solve later. Drinks yesterday was fine. For sure. I don't want to get too specific. Oh, no. If you want more specifics, we can talk about it over on, like, Gaming Stream or something. But no, it was fine. Ended up catching, like, a really good Green Day cover band. Like, just randomly. That was pretty cool. Like, they nailed it. They were like... You had to really, really listen to find the difference between Green Day and the cover band. Yeah, they were good. Damn, Magic UI. Damn, that tab crashed, huh? That's gnarly. But yes, I will rant about auth anytime. And that's not an indictment of Clerk. It's just that I would never use Clerk. I would never use Auth0. I would never use Stitch, etc., right? The list goes on. Because OAuth is really fucking easy. It really is. They make money off convincing people it's harder than you think. And to that I say, good job. But that's where, like, I come back to the whole, I don't want to run a business unethically. I don't want to fucking lie to people. I don't want to bamboozle people. I want to build a thing that actually solves a problem. And if I think you could do it on your own, I'll happily recommend you just do it on your own. So there are actually a bunch of businesses that are looking for DevRel that I would never apply to. Because I don't think I could genuinely promote the product. And I think that matters to me. Like, authenticity is just so core to my being. And I believe once you've lost authenticity, you're never getting it back. Right? Like, it's this like chain of trust in the world. Don't need SAML so much anymore. ADFS supports both if you're talking enterprise stuff. Sure, I get that. And SAML's even like the old school version. Like, ADFS is like the Active Directory stuff, right? But I think there's like another standard beyond SAML that I'm forgetting the name of. I think there's like a newer like SAML option. But the goal is to be able to get into like those like the IDPs, right? The internal developer portals or whatever, so that a user can just click a button to get access to your service. And then IT can revoke their access from one single place. Sure, I get that peer factor. But what I'm getting at is whatever SSO support we would need to do, right? The Active Directory stuff or ADFS or whatever that is, or the SAML stuff, I think there's like a newer thing that's not as focused on AD or ADFS, right? But there's like a modern evolution of what SAML is, and I forget the name of that. We could probably go to the Clerk website and find it as a buzzword because they know marketing. OIDC. OIDC is what I'm talking about. I did not know EC, but OIDC is, I think, the modern thing that you need to implement to get into like IDPs. If you've ever been at a larger business that has like an SSO portal, right? That IDP is the internal developer portal where you can just like click a button to get access to some like software as a service bullshit that the company's running, right? That is what I'd want to do, and I believe OIDC is the modern thing to do so with. SAML is older, and I have no idea what EC is, right? So the moment that I need to do this stuff, I'll start considering something like Clerk, absolutely. But just regular OAuth 2? OAuth 2 is not a business that I would ever fucking pay for. Yeah, I understand that peer factor. That's what I'm saying. But OIDC is a process I have not done yet. So I don't know if it's worth paying for a service to do so. I have no idea. That is just not a process I've done. I've done OAuth 2 so many fucking times, it's not something I'd pay for. And I only mean that as a consumer, not a provider. Maybe. I haven't done the OIDC thing, and I haven't evaluated what the cost and effort is. Maybe I need a service, maybe I don't. But it's not a problem I need to solve right now, so I'm just not thinking about it. It's not a concern. And I think that's the biggest thing. As a business, you have to solve the problems you need to solve now. Don't solve future problems that don't affect you in the moment. No, it's fine. I enjoy these arguments. I enjoy these, and it's not an argument. I enjoy these conversations with the give and take. And you guys are dealing with like the delay. So maybe I already even like answered your shit. But then you typed a thing before the audio came through and Yeah, right? Time's an illusion. Twitch delay time doubly so. Does adding the AI filters make me money? Adding the AI filters solves the problem in a way that I think would add value. As it is right now, I personally wouldn't pay for Masijo because keyword listening is an easy problem to solve. I think so, Sourced. Yes, I think so. More so than Reddit would. More so than listening to LinkedIn. Because pure keyword matching is too big of a fucking haystack. The entire problem of social media is the haystack is too big. The problem I'm solving is shrinking the size of the haystack via the lenses you want to look at it from. So the baseline is you narrow the haystack based on keywords, and then you take that haystack, and it's the same haystack, so you're not like duplicating data, and you're looking at it through other lenses. I think this is a thing that fundamentally separates me from every single other keyword listener. It's my differentiator. It's my moat. My moat is technically my big old brain. But my differentiator and the thing that makes my business worth paying for versus just some other business is not just the fact that I'm undercutting. It's the fact that I understand the problem. At least the problem that I need solved and that I think the business I work for needs solved. And I think that other businesses need solved. Yeah, so sourced, right? In general, you have to focus on a core target market. And my core target market, I believe, is tech companies. Like if I were to get accepted to Y Combinator, all of my cohort would be tech companies. They are the people that I would be solving problems for, and I would have a user base from that cohort immediately. Right? So I'm focusing on a niche first, and I can expand out of that niche as we need to. But tech companies, they are my niche at the moment, which is why Lobsters and Hacker News are even there. Right? Does oil of Olay or I don't know. I'm trying to like bullshit it. Does Old Spice give a fuck about Hacker News? No. Old Spice isn't a target customer right now. No, I have not applied to any batches. Because I have not graduated from Stanford, I'm old. I don't think I'm a great fit for Y Combinator until I have any kind of revenue. And then once I have revenue, it proves the business at least a little. And I would be more confident applying to Y Combinator. Now, keep in mind, I know multiple people who have gone through Y Combinator that would likely vouch for me. And I really appreciate that about them. But I don't want to use that reference until I think it's actually a good fit. Right? So I already have a leg up compared to some other person that didn't graduate from Stanford applying to Y Combinator. That said, I don't know. I don't think I'm there yet. I don't think I'm a good fit for Y Combinator yet. There you go. That's like the main description of the project. If Masijo.com doesn't explain to you more of what you would need to understand the project, well, then that's my fault. No, the repo is not public, but the product is already launched. You can sign up and use it right now. Parse.bot. I mean, I'll look. And yeah, again, sourced. I'm not trying to seem like you have bad ideas or anything. I think you're totally on the money about stuff I need to do. I'm just thinking about the order of operations more than anything. To me, the order of operations is actually the entire part of building a proper business, you know? I could do anything, but what should I do right now? And I don't think Reddit matters until I can narrow the haystack problem better. Oh, and yeah, the library is similar to, I think it's React Bricks. I think it's React Bricks. No, it's not React Bricks. Fuck, it's like React something. Like, React is in the name. I know that for sure. Like, 100% React is in the name. I don't remember what it was, though. But it's basically, it's a Magic UI competitor that I think has more stuff at this point. And hold on, maybe if I just start typing React, maybe if I go to my history. I don't think it's React Flow. I really don't think it's React Flow. React Bits. It's React Bits. Right? Bricks, Bits. Come on. I was so close. Samsonite. I was way off. Now, it's React Bits. This one's really good. And it's very similar to Magic UI. I believe you install it the same way. It's like a ShadCN wrapper. No, I'm not putting you on. That was an honest mistake. Do you really think I was bullshitting you there? I was so close. Come on, man. Like, that's just a simple, like, well, it starts with a B and ends with an S, and it has React in the name. All right. Shit. Oh, okay. See, I think of it like Eminence Front. It's a put-on. It's an Eminence Front. It's a put-on, right? So that's where I was getting at, like the putting us on thing, right? No, I'm not doing some Eminence Front. Shit. No, this isn't a put-on. It is a banger of a song. I fucking love that song. Yeah. But I'm not trying to bullshit you. Sourced and Sold, you're in the UK, right? That's a song by The Who. I believe you might lose your like UK citizenship by not knowing Who songs. I think that's a thing. Oh, you're in China. Okay, touche. You've made enough UK references that I thought you were like UK. So, my bad. You're from the UK, but you live in China now. Oh, very interesting. All right. No, that's cool, man. Eminence Front is in a Russell Crowe movie? Wait, what? Man, shit. I consider myself a film buff, and I don't know what movie you're talking about. Wait, it could have been in Virtuosity? Are you talking like early Russell Crowe? I could see that song being in Virtuosity. And I want to just call out Virtuosity is a fantastic fucking film. Like, really good. Right? Russell Crowe, Denzel Washington, Steven Spinella as like the nerdy like science guy. It's a great film. And it's like Russell Crowe before he was big. Like, I don't even know if he's like in like the poster as like a name you see on the poster, because he was a nobody at the time. He had done like Romper Stomper before that, like an Australian film. He wasn't big in the US. Like, Virtuosity is one of those like very, very early, like Russell Crowe wasn't even big kind of things. Like, yeah, no, it's a good film. He was Gladiator. Law Abiding Citizen. Russell Crowe was not in Law Abiding Citizen. You're thinking of Gerard Butler. Russell Crowe was not in Law Abiding Citizen. Nah, dude. You can't challenge me on films, man. I will say tomato, tomato, right? Gerard Butler, Russell Crowe, man, tomato, tomato. yeah, like shit. Kind of harsh, but you're not wrong. Huh. Huh. yeah. No. I think that's actually pretty good. Huh. Damn, I forget what I was looking at earlier where it was like there was some film and like a proper like famous actor did a role, and then it was like, here are the actors that were considered for the same role. And it like none of them looked good, and it was then all of a sudden like Gerard Butler is like, oh wait, I could totally see Gerard Butler doing that same role. I just don't remember what it was. It was on Reddit earlier. Something I was crawling while I was like, doing the bed rot thing at like 11 a.m. Like, I woke up at 9 a.m. and I bed rotted for a couple hours. Like, it's a Saturday. But yeah, now I'm trying to remember what film that was, because it was just interesting to me, the actors that were considered. But yeah, I don't know. I lost it. It wasn't that important. Sean Connery was offered Gandalf, and holy shit, that would have been a huge miss. Like, I feel like it would have been exactly like Stuart Townsend. Right? Like, Stuart Townsend filmed Aragorn shit. And then he got fired because he just wasn't a good fit. Like, Stuart Townsend, he's not a terrible actor, but he's not fucking Aragorn. Like, dude, no. Definitely not. The most perfect casting for Stuart Townsend was League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I think that is like the absolute best thing, like the Dorian Gray. Like, dude, that is the most perfect casting Stuart Townsend has ever had. I'm sure he'd be bummed on that, but it was perfect. Even in a shit film, it was really good casting. Meanwhile, that was the film that got Sean Connery to quit acting. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is so bad that moments of it are good. Just saying, if you guys ever need a trivia partner and you think film and TV show trivia is going to be a part of that, like, trivia session, just let me know. I will happily sub in. I'm a bit of a sandbagger. I'm a bit of a ringer. Because I live and breathe that shit. But, yeah, I'd be down anytime. Yeah. If you need a trivia partner, just let me know. Recommend any movie to watch which blew my mind. Have you seen Dark City? I wouldn't say blew my mind, but it's a really good film. And it's like somewhat low budget, and like the sci-fi behind it. Like, I'm a huge sci-fi buff. If you haven't seen Dark City, you should watch Dark City. And that was just off the cuff. Like, I'm not saying it's like the best or whatever. It's just like, yeah, you asked for something, I pulled something out of the hat. It was basically like a raffle, you know? And I pulled a film that you might like, that you might not have seen yet. Yeah, I think you're going to like the movie. You should definitely watch it. I think you'll like it. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know you specifically, but I did that. Like, I specifically, like, in my brain was like, well, hold on. They asked me the question. Now I got to make sure I pick something that I don't think they've seen yet. I could have been wrong, but the fact that I nailed it, I'm just that good. No, and I'm bullshitting. Come on. I don't have that much hubris. But I love film. I love movies. I love TV shows. I could, like, crawl IMDb trivia, like, sections all day long. I could just do that, you know? Some of that trivia for some of these films is so fucking mind-blowing that is really goddamn cool. As a bit, hold on. You know the film Escape from New York? And maybe you don't, so now you got more homework. But the film Escape from New York is an early 80s, I want to say like 1982, maybe 1983, film in which Kurt Russell plays Snake Plissken in a post-apocalyptic version of New York City. And New York, right, the island of Manhattan has become a prison. And nobody gets in or out. It's a fucking prison, but there's no guards inside. They just let the fucking inmates deal with themselves how they want, right? But it's a prison in, like, future post-apocalyptic New York City and the U.S. They send Snake Plissken in to rescue the president, and he flies in on a hang glider. And there's a bit where you see this, like, heads-up display of, like, this, like, thing he's seeing flying in using the hang glider, right? And it's this, like, 3D, like, grid view of the buildings he's flying past and shit. They didn't have a 3D effects budget. This is 1982 or 1983. That shit would cost so much goddamn money. Like, the original Tron, so fucking expensive to do that shit. I don't know if you know that. Meanwhile, Escape from New York, super low budget, no 3D effects budget, but they wanted to show this thing that was a representation of the buildings that he was flying around, and it was like fake 3D. The way they did that, they created a model of the city, like, you know, big enough that, like, you're maybe as tall as some of the tallest buildings or something, sure. Like, human size, like skyscrapers. And they painted them black and then put 3D reflective tape on them to create the, like, the illusion of the grid, like, you know, the wireframe 3D wise of these things. And then they lit it with, like, fluorescent lights and shit. And the reflective tape made it seem like it was some, like, 3D representation shit. And then they just took a camera as if it was flying through the city. Do you want to know the person that came up with that idea? The director of photography on Escape from New York was none other than James Cameron. Before anyone trusted him to direct his own film, he was already doing revolutionary shit like that. Before Terminator was ever greenlit, he made that shit happen in a really fucking cool way. How'd I find out about that? IMDb trivia. And I love that shit. I'm also a giant James Carpenter fanboy. Another bit, James Carpenter wise. The film Halloween, right? You know the theme song, like do 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 do. Side bit. That is the most popular implementation of that time signature in all of society, which is fucking cool. John Carpenter. Did I say James? God damn it. John Carpenter. Yeah. You know what I meant. His name's so much less important than the shit he made. Yes, John Carpenter, right? God, I said James. What a fucking idiot. Because I had just said Terminator guy's name. God, fucking brain fart. Sorry there, thirsty gnomes. You're right. Thank you for the correction. John Carpenter. Anyway, moving along. Yes, that do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. He came up with that the night before filming. Because he just wanted to set the scene, right? He wanted to, like, set a vibe on the movie set to, like, make sure the actors were on edge, that, like, understood, like, the vibe of the scenes they were filming and shit. And it was so simple. It's, like, a very simple melody that he just, like, repeats and shit. And, like, dude, just do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Like, it's just amazing. And then, it comes time to market the film. Oh, you know what? Man, the thing that was making the actors uneasy, you should make your viewers feel the same thing. And then, bam, it became the theme for the whole movie. Marketing, soundtrack-wise, etc. Like, really fucking cool. OVSMAR, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. We're, like, in rant mode. We're hanging out. It's a Saturday night. Saturday night's all right for fighting about movie trivia. And yes, am I working slower on the feature we're building and all that bullshit? Yeah, maybe. 10:32 a.m. for you right now. Lunchtime soon. What are you going to have for lunch? Oh, shit. All right, let me go grab another soda. I'll be right back. 1 second. Rice and unknown meats. So Arby's? Boom, roasted. Arby's, please don't sue me. It's it's November 23rd, and the streamer CM Griffin was completely bankrupt by the Arby's Corporation. It was worth a good joke, though, wasn't it? Shit. Sometimes a good laugh is worth your entire livelihood. Hence why I call Guillermo Rausch Gizmo. You know what? Sometimes a good laugh is worth your entire livelihood. But yeah, would you like me to roast your site you're still working on and appreciate the feedback? We do have a channel that you can do that on in the Discord. And especially over on the gaming channel, you can remind me to check it out live. I don't necessarily do that a lot here on stream. If you want to share the link for other people to roast, we can do that. I'm not necessarily going to look at it here on stream, though. Like Bedro's thing earlier. We've looked at it before, sure. But I'm not going to take a lot of time out of stream for it. Like, I got a lot of ranting to do. Like, come on. I just don't think it fits the schedule yet. But over on gaming channel, yeah, we got time. We can do whatever on gaming channel. Yeah, exactly. Now, I appreciate y'all being here. Like, man, it's been a really fun day, and we've definitely gotten progress done. Like, the biggest thing was I needed to create this UI that is terrible to look at. We could style it better, but we wired up a bunch of shit, and our hook is at least solving the progress problem, right? Right? Fetching params, we do some bullshit, whatever. It loads in, and we're loaded. We haven't solved the chat problem yet, and that's where I think maybe that's just a thing we do on Monday, because tomorrow I got, like, work to do. I'll be on gaming channel tomorrow after I record a bunch of shit. But I have, like, a bunch of video recording to do tomorrow. So, yeah. GitKraken is hosting a thing called GitCon. And, yeah, maybe this is part of why they pay me, because at least I'm doing this. But, yeah, gitcon.com. Honestly, like, register for it. I will be recording the intro and, like, the interstitials, like, the stuff between each talk for the first day of GitCon. And then a coworker is doing the second day stuff, like the leadership focus day. So I got stuff I need to record for this tomorrow. I should have submitted a script to my boss's boss yesterday. But there was other stuff that I had as higher priority, and honestly, like, it doesn't matter if I record and finish it tomorrow. I'd rather record it, get some feedback, and re-record the sections that need it, because next week the person that's going to be editing this shit isn't even there anyway, so it's not like I have to have it done by Monday. So yeah, like, I'll pass on my script and the recordings of it and see what people say about it. So I don't think the deadline I had for scripting shit yesterday was as important of a deadline. And maybe my boss's boss would disagree, but I do what I want. Please don't tell her that. Oh my God. Please do not tell her that. Shit. Now I gotta delete the VOD. No, I think we're good. I think she has a good sense of humor. I think it'd be fine. I really do think it'd be fine. But, okay, so we're at 6:37. Do I enjoy the employment arc? As far as being a developer advocate versus an engineer? Is that what you're asking? I just want to make sure like I understand the context of the question better. God, I love this song, by the way. From the 2010? Absolutely, dude. Oh man, like freelancing fucking sucks. I don't recommend it for anyone, right? You do the freelancing just to like pad your resume so that someone takes a chance on you to hire you, right? Yeah, dude, freelancing fucking sucks. I do not recommend it to anybody. Fuck freelancing. Hell no. I will probably never do freelancing again. Even though I've done like a slight bit of like freelance DevRel, you know. Hold on, let's do it this way. What is open telemetry? And I challenge y'all to look this up too. Telemetry. Did I spell that right? Yeah. So what is open telemetry? Type that into your browser. Sure. And then click to the video tab. What is your first result? I'm really curious if you guys see the same thing I see. Same? All right. I'm pretty sure I am the most popular video about this shit. And we're at like 33,000 views. And I know Primogen would consider this video a failure, probably, right? I'm really fucking pumped on it. And like, seriously, that is like such good SEO in the title and all that. And yes, I got paid to make this video, like, for sure. I'm not trying to lie to anybody. The most popular video I've ever made wasn't even on my own channel. But I got paid for it, so fuck it. So I will happily do some like freelance whatever. And I've even asked the company I work for in the past, like, hey, can I like make videos and whatever for like other brands as long as it doesn't eat into my time at the company? And at least a couple people have told me, yeah, dude, right? Building your own brand builds our brand. Like our CEO said that. And that's how I knew I really liked the company I'm at. Because our CEO recognizes the bigger I get, the bigger Get Kraken gets. There's just like a view on the brand that they couldn't get, right? Like they could buy ads all they want. There's something organic about, no, I'm just a dude that makes shit, and I just so happen to work for that company. And that means something, right? And it's like organic marketing that you can't buy. I mean, they're technically buying it by paying me. But it's a different thing, you know? Like building my own brand builds their brand. And I've gotten enough confirmation on that being a valid mentality that I like, there are some companies that do not give a shit about you and your personal brand. No, we don't give a fuck about your personal brand. Build our brand. Like, and they don't understand that it's this like symbiotic relationship. The company I'm at now, they totally get that shit. And that's fucking cool. And they were willing to take a chance on me. Like, that's fucking cool, you know? Oh, I should actually leave that open. Yeah, no, I am loyal to the company I'm at right now, more so than I probably should be, because I've had opportunities presented to me that would have been cool. I don't know. I do think loyalty matters at least a little bit. And has that fucked me a bit? Maybe. But again, similar to like the business I'm trying to build and being ethical with that, it doesn't matter how successful I am externally. If I don't like the person I am, none of that shit matters. Right? Y'all put up with me for, I don't know, let's say 6 hours a day. I got to put up with me 24 hours a day. So I got to be the person that I'm willing to live with. And whether y'all want to do that or not, that's fine. But I'm just saying, be the person that you want to be around. And that will shape your life in a better way than you would expect. I know, man, we're getting into like philosophy, we're getting into like business shit, like I like streaming. I can just rant and chat and you guys can poke holes at my theories and we're okay with it as long as you're not being a dick and as long as I'm not being a dick. I really like that. I have a hard time imagining what I'd be doing right now if I wasn't streaming. Shit. I might even tear up thinking about that, but I'll just drink some more whiskey. It'll be fine. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you, Sourced. And let me just like, I know you're not even thinking it. I am circling back just to make sure. I really appreciate the feedback you've given. I really, really, really appreciate that feedback because it helps me at least, even though I may have seemed combative with it, you have to take that adversarial approach, like debate style, to coalesce on the best ideas. So I'm not saying we even reached it now. I'm going to be thinking about that debate and the things, the points you made, the points I made, and how they interact with each other. I'll be thinking about that for at least a week, you know? Yeah. And I think that's important. It doesn't matter about being right in the moment. It matters about arguing your point as strong as you can, which I think you did, and I think I did. It doesn't matter who won the debate in the moment. What matters is later, right? How do we think about that as ideas progress? Yeah, it's a macro approach, for sure. Yeah, and I get it. But if I was just building on my own, off stream, like not even streaming this, would I have ever benefited from a conversation around questioning the thought process I have, etc.? No, man. I fundamentally believe building in public this way is a superpower. Right? Like you can build in public and you're just like posting fucking metrics and shit on Twitter. Sure. But then there's building in public on a live stream, like the Coolify dude does, right? Andrus is so fucking cool, man. So fucking cool, right? And that's like the differentiator. There's build in public, which is kind of a meme, and then there's building in public. And there is just value to that maybe is hard to quantify. That's fine. I still see the value in a way that, man, yeah, I love it. I fucking love it. All right, so we are at a point where, yeah, I should probably get some food in my belly. And I also want to play some video games. I want to play some Pal World with Robotic and maybe Brainless and whoever else wants to join. Alex, you out there? We got room for 3 people other than me. Or I could put in the effort to figure out how to self-host again. I don't know. That one's tougher. I can make that happen. I just got to like figure out the world settings stuff. But we can do it. But if there's only 3 of us, then yeah, we can just do the standard Pal World hosting. And yeah. But what I want to do is I fervently believe in the idea of the background thought process, right? Diffuse thought. So what I want to do is think about what are the next steps for this application. And really, like leaving off, make chat work. Right? So here it is, right? Leaving off. We need to make chat work within like this Sandbox app, right? And that Sandbox app is copied from not this app, sorry, this CodePen, and we can style it better. We can do all sorts of stuff there. I haven't even touched the styling. But the goal is to end up making the chat work and make sure that we have the right functions and methods exposed in a way that is actually useful within a React application. And then once we have that API solidified, we can recreate that API in other framework wrappers, right? So Solid, Svelte, Vue, whatever. So yeah, that's our plan. Let's go figure out, who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? I'm going to bet money they haven't had as much whiskey as I have. But that's okay. I think I probably hold it better anyway. Maybe? Maybe? Ooh, we see Rython. They're doing a Rust Discord bot, and he normally does a bunch of co-working, but he's actually showing the screen right now. That's... Ooh, that's a big option right there. I'm thinking because Rython's even showing his screen, and that's a rare thing for his channel. Yeah, we go raid Rython. For sure. We're going to go do that. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I'll be over on the gaming channel in just a little bit. I'll be gaming with Robotic and a few other people. I don't think I'll be on this channel tomorrow. I think I need to record some stuff, and then we'll just be like co-working tomorrow. Probably playing some games, because I do love a good, like, I haven't had a full like gaming day for a long time either. But on this channel, I'll definitely be back on Monday. I'm thinking next week I'll do like Monday for sure, standard, Tuesday, standard. I'm thinking we could do a Wednesday stream. I do have a concert to go to that night, but I think we can do a Wednesday stream before some holidays anyway. I'm thinking we can do that. So yeah, we're going to be doing another rare Wednesday stream. We're not going to be doing a rare Sunday stream, but maybe next week we could do a rare Sunday stream. Holiday weekend and all. But yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out. We had a really good day today. We got some good code going. We also ranted a shitload. So we kind of got the best of both worlds. The best of both CM Griffings. So let's go say hi to Rython, and I will see y'all on Coding Stream on Monday. If you want to hang out gaming-wise, that's Griffing and Chill on Twitch, and I'll see you guys there or here again in a couple days. Later.